Here we go. We're going live.
Right.
Are we live?
I mean, in a second. It'll be with the wrong label, so I need to go fix that.
Pixie.
You can hurt me with the things that you do.
We are live on Twitch.
Yep.
Yeah?
I'm about to fix the name of it. So, one shot. Go, Joe. It's all you.
Hello! Good afternoon, friends. Good evening. Oh, my first two words were already wrong. Anyway, good evening, friends. Hi, my name is Joe, and I'm from the Fourth Culture, so welcome to that, the Fourth Culture. And I am dungeon mastering, otherwise known as DMing to you cool dudes and chicks for the first ever time in my life.
Go, Joe! Woo woo!
Woohoo! And then what I'm going to be doing is that we're going to be playing an adventure with these fantastic folk, which in clockwise order from what I can see would be Edward Joy,
Yay! Wrong side. Yay!
Annalisa Yao,
Yay!
Sheena Chan,
Yay!
the rarely if ever seen Hans Adrian,
Yay!
and Ramji, who instead of being our dungeon master has been demoted to player. I knew that one day I would be taking this seat, and here I am. Okay, let's move on. So anyway, the adventure that we're playing today is a one-shot, and or is it? Well, you find out later. It's from this book of adventures that's called Unbreakable. A little bit about that. It is the first release of a larger Unbreakable anthology series, and the primary goal is to establish a platform for Asian creators within the tabletop role-playing community. And this book contains lots of diverse Asian cultures created by role players from Asian cultures. And so this is an adventure that we're going to be playing from here. And I'm not going to say the names just in case anybody else has the book. But here we go. So we're going to take it away. And how we are going to begin is that we have our team of intrepid adventurers, a party of 5, and they are standing outside a lush forest that is very it's unusual for certain reasons. One is that it's a bamboo forest, and second, because the bamboos flower only once every 100 years, now is the time. So from the ceiling, the canopy of the forest, almost all the way down to the ground, you see a suffusion of beautiful red and pale green as well as white flowers forming a gorgeous carpet, but also occluding the sights of what might be inside the bamboo jungle. And with that, let's begin the adventure. So what happens is that this is called the Bamboo Sea, right? And the adventurers are here because they have heard that perhaps one of their lost companions might be found beyond that. Can I ask Heng Da to explain why you're here?
Well, I'm looking for my neighbor actually, and his name is Zero Wong. Zeros and Arakokra.
Zero Wu.
Zero, sorry, my bad. Zeros and Arakokra, and we grew up together. And Zero has always, had his head in the clouds. But hey, that's what they always say about Arakokra. It's just a joke. But as it turns out, he started going to look for this thing, and he says he's going to be the wielder of heaven. He's going to be wielding the heavens, or the wielder of heaven. I don't exactly know what that means, but he left about 3 weeks ago, headed for the village of Songxi, and he's just gone. But now I've got a lead because somebody showed up, which is Hans's character, and he's come around asking if I know someone who's looking to become the wielder of heaven. And I said, sure, he's my neighbor, I'm worried about him, do you know where he is? And he said, oh, come with me. And so I decided, hey, what the hell not, I'm worried about my neighbor, so I've gone along with Hans's character, and we're gonna see if we can find Zero.
And speaking of going along with Hans's character, you can see that he's brought a whole team along with him. So what's happening now is that a little sparrow flies over the Fanyang Bamboo Sea, which is where you find yourself outside of. What does it see? Let's begin in the other direction this time with Ramji. What does the sparrow see when it looks at you?
The sparrow sees a tall-ish, slightly tired looking, or frazzled, or just a little bit frustrated. It can't be quite told. Man, dark hair, pulled down into sort of mid back length into a ponytail. He's sort of looking around, sort of with some perplexion. He's got dark coloured skin. He is a. It's unclear what he does, but he appears to be wearing some sort of courtier's robes. They're quite fine, and they are in the style of the surrounding region. And his name is Amar, and he is the tutor to the young person over that way.
Young person.
Me.
Yes. So what does the sparrow see when he looks at you?
So the sparrow sees a tiefling that is quite stylish.
Did
She
you mean a
is
tiefling?
tiefling, sorry. She has hair in 3 different colors and looks quite both like quite unique, but not very glaring. Like she looks stylish if you pay attention, but if not, she can also blend in quite easily. She is quite well dressed in clothes that are of good quality, but have also been mended quite a few times.
Everybody's freaking so well dressed to walk into the jungle, but sure, yes, let's move on. Yeah, awesome.
She believes in quality.
And I believe that your character is called Min, Lisa,
Yes,
and Min is
Min.
connected to Han, who is played by Hans creatively. Han, what does the sparrow see when it looks at you?
The sparrow see a smart ass snob rich kid. Well, the sparrow saw that this looks like some spoiled kid who dressed very nicely, but also looks like a smart ass. Pretending to be good at stuff, knowing what he's doing, even though it's unclear, because clearly this is not the dress to go to the jungle. He as much as his figure looks like human, he has a little bit of like reptilian snakes and eyes and ears.
Right.
He is Han is a UNT. Yeah, average height.
Okay. And then I believe that Han was tried to connect with Heng Da, which is Ed's character. Ed, what does the
Yes.
sparrow see?
Heng Da's a centaur. He's fairly solidly built, about 6 foot tall. Not particularly tall for a centaur. He's rather forgettable features, except for the fact that he is a centaur. But he's wearing the grey chain of
The bland horse, is it?
the town's guardsman of his town. He actually functions as literally as a police officer for his yeoman.
Does it have a little bell?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. And I believe like in front of the entire party, there's somebody who's standing a slight way ahead of everyone. And that's the character of Sue, which is Sheena's character. Sue, what does the sparrow see?
The sparrow sees a slim, rather petite woman. Her skin is dark. You can't tell whether she's just dark skinned or she's tanned. She spends a lot of time outside, clearly. Clothes are mostly hidden under her leather armor, which is worn. Everything about her looks like it's been used for quite a while. She's very practical. Her hair's pulled back in a braid. She doesn't clearly give any shit about her appearance. She's more concerned about the forest and looking in to make sure that there's nothing there other than the sparrow looking out at them. She looks at the sparrow and gives it an eye. Like
The sparrow makes eye contact with like one side of his face. The sparrow like
sus.
because the sparrow's like, okay, nothing to see here. Okay. And so with that, Sue, do you part the curtain of the bamboo flowers and go inside?
Yes, I would. I would examine it first to see if it's normal. Like, is it the right time of the year for it? Rather,
How old are you?
She's about 40. No lah, she's not that old. She's 30. She's 30. Yes.
Okay, the bamboo flowers bloom once every 100 years. So you would have heard of this, that all the bamboo trees, they will blossom at the same time. This could be the right time. I mean, it is the right time of year. It's warm enough for it to happen. You don't know whether it's usual for it to bloom at this exact time, but they are blooming.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I will examine the place outside to see if there's any disturbance to the
This is a very
flowers.
rarely traversed part of the empire, of which many of you, except possibly for the character of Amar, belong. So you notice very few tracks, nothing out of the ordinary, maybe a few animal tracks. And how long ago did Zero go inside?
Go inside, wait.
If Zero would have traversed, how long would he have passed through? How long ago would he have passed this
Oh,
way?
he left 3 weeks ago.
That's way too like you would not. I don't think you would find
Yeah,
any.
the flowers
any
would have
traces of him.
fallen before after, right?
The flowers might have. I mean, they bloom for a few weeks, so
Okay,
it could have happened before or after.
can.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you part the curtain of the flowers and go inside?
Yes, I part the curtain.
Okay,
And
does the
examine
rest
the
of the
floor.
party follow along?
I suppose.
Okay, there we go. Well, you enter the Fanyang Bamboo Sea. The name Bamboo Sea comes from a phenomenon that occurs once every century when all the bamboo trees of Fanyang blossom at once.
Wow.
Now is the time, and you are constantly walking through veils of white, red, and pale green flowers.
Ah.
But the further you go, there is also a faint scent of decay. You're not sure what it is that is the smell. As far as you know, when you look around you, everything looks beautiful. Everything looks actually pristine. And the deeper you go into the forest, the quieter it becomes. Would any of you like to do anything?
Yeah, I'm
turned
gonna keep an eye
oh,
out for
sorry.
tracks on the floor.
Okay.
I turned
Yeah.
to Han and I asked him, so Han, you told us that you know the way to Songxi village and towards this Wielder of Heaven business.
Yes.
So, did we have to pass through this bamboo forest? Is there no other way?
Well, it looks pretty, so might as well pass through it.
It is quite pretty.
But don't you notice that smell? Aren't you at all concerned?
Okay. Who notices the smell?
That is a good question. My perception is 17. My passive perception is 17.
You probably would. My passive is 14 for perception.
Okay, two
My
people.
passive is also 14. Yeah.
Two people can roll. Who would like to roll for perception?
Me?
Okay.
Wait, it
What?
was 12.
Okay, I got a 16.
Okay.
I'll roll, I guess. No, I got a 4.
Okay. So you don't notice anything. This is
No.
what bamboo forests smell like.
Yeah.
As far as you know, they smell tasty.
Oh wow.
Chomp off the floor if you like. Would you?
No.
Okay. So Sue,
Mm.
you note that the scent, other than the normal scent of decay from the bit of the jungle, there is a faint scent of rotting mulberry. And it's curious because with that perception roll, you don't see any mulberry trees around.
Huh.
What is the who? Is so? Are you a cleric, Ramji? You're a warlock.
No, I'm
Sorcerer.
neither of those. I'm a sorcerer.
You're a sorcerer. Okay.
My favorite class.
Does anybody have a religious background?
Yeah.
So I do have a religious background for different reasons, but it's the class is sorcerer, but it's the divine soul. So
I see.
Amar is blessed with some part of his history, which is a naga, and as a result, he's very proud of that.
I see. Oh, well done. You should be. Well, at this
Glad
point,
you recognize this.
would you? Sue, I believe that the party has hired you to be their ranger.
Yes.
Do you share this information about the mulberry?
I do. I tell them, well, I don't see any unusual tracks. These are just animals, but I do smell mulberries, which is weird because they don't grow here.
So Amar, you can make a religion check if you like.
Sure. Not bad. I rolled a 17.
Oh,
Oh.
with that role, and from the tomes that you've been studying, from your descent, from your descendancy, whatever the noun is, from the great Naga, you have knowledge because, of course, the dragon in Chinese culture travels through waters, and you know that whenever there has been flooding, there is a spiritual scent of rotting mulberries. It is a scent of flooding. It's a scent of drowning, and it's what happens because mulberry trees decay and are washed away. So even though there are no mulberry trees here, there might be a reason for that scent. So do you proceed? Does the party proceed?
Now, young Min, this scent is often associated with the spiritual decay of flooding. This pay close attention to it. This is, if you recall, our lecture from maybe 3 weeks ago. This does bring to mind, however, what does Amar see when he looks at your character, Sheena?
Short, dark-skinned woman. Human. Very human. Bland!
Miss Yu, are we prepared to walk through flooded regions or those that have perhaps had some negative aspect from flooding?
Question. Is this bamboo forest anywhere near the sea or any other body of water?
So who's familiar with history, with the history of the empire? I mean, I would presume the tutor.
I am actually enough because the courtier I did it specifically because I have a history proficiency.
Okay,
I'm
can-
smart.
Can both Amar and Han roll a history check?
Sure. 13.
Natural 20.
Oh! Let me just open
Wow,
up
that
the
was
book
fast.
and read everything. Okay, so Han is just like, yeah, water. I freaking love water. I love forests. I'm a man. But for Amar,
You have played with Hans before.
for Amar, what you know is that the village of Songxi is due east beyond the Fanyang Bamboo Sea, and the village of Songxi was built along a body of water called the Hidden Stream. So there is water nearby, and the bamboo sea and the hidden stream intersects at some point the bamboo forest, but you cannot see at the moment any trace of the stream.
I will relate that to people
It is also
in the appropriately condescending manner.
Also,
Welcome
very
to
few
my
people
TED
have heard of the village of Songxi. So I think this is one of the rare knowledge things that you have gleaned during your studies of the empire as a foreigner from
Nagaranda.
Nagaranda. An excellent place. I've heard a great deal of wonderful things about it. Okay, cool. So does the party proceed on?
I do not believe we are exactly prepared for sea travel, but it should not be right next to the bamboo forest. I believe we can venture forth and see if there might be some way of traversing if we do come across water.
We can make raft out of the bamboos.
Yes, it is possible.
Would you all like to do that now, or you want to proceed?
I think we
we
I
proceed
proceed
first.
first.
So
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
in case for any watchers, so Han is actually the stepson of Min, who's Lisa's character. So Han's father has got several wives, the fourth one being Min, but because he likes them young, Min is about the same age as Han. Han is the son of his second wife. And anyway, with that little bit of Days of Our Lives,
is Han the only son of his second wife?
Are you Han?
The only one that's in the house.
So you'd be Han Solo.
Yes.
Ayo!
Oh. Anyway, guys, let's move on.
Don't make me take a grab all the way down to smack you, no?
With a slipper. With a slipper.
So Han Solo and his crew of rebels continue into the Fanyang Bamboo Sea. All right. As you keep going, Sue, with that previous perception check, you keep
Yeah.
going. Do you know you still notice like a few of those like irritating like busybody sparrows going? Like occasionally you notice like a few very small forest critters. But otherwise, generally, it is pretty quiet. But the further and further you go, the quieter and quieter it does get. So it is now in the middle of, it is now approaching dusk. Okay. would any of you like to do anything at this point?
I stop the group and say, the sun is about to set. I believe we should begin setting camp for the night.
Okay.
Sure.
Although I do have to warn you that the local forest denizens are disappearing. That might be because there might be either less food in this area, or there might be something a bit more dangerous that they are keeping away from.
A predator?
Yes, it is possible. I have not noticed any spore yet, but it might be a sneaky one.
You mean poop?
Yes.
Oh, right. Like,
Can I-
that was a joke. Yeah.
So I'll ask. So you see no tracks though of one. There's no obvious sign of a.
No, but it could be airborne. I look up in the sky.
Wear your masks,
Do
everyone.
we see much
Get
of the
vaccinated
sky?
when you can.
Do we see much of the sky, or is it mostly covered by the
It is.
flowers and
It's
the?
pretty dense. It's pretty dense. So if you do plan to set up camp, you have to look for a place to set up camp.
Let's look for a place to set up camp.
Yeah, let's do that.
Good idea.
I think Siu should be the one doing that.
Okay.
I will do that.
Who would like to
Can
make
I-
a survival check?
It's Siu. It's definitely Siu.
Mine is +5, so
Wow.
Can I help you?
Yes,
Can I give her a hand?
You can assist. Yeah.
you can give me a hand, but I'm not sure he'll be helpful.
You will not.
Ouch.
I'm very sure you will not.
Okay, I got
Ouch.
21 without the help so far.
Wow.
Okay. So as you look around for a place to set up camp, and the day starts getting darker and darker, you walk around and you narrowly avoid falling into a pit which suddenly descends into the ground. You don't know where it came from, but with that roll, you avoid it. You look down into it; it's pitch dark. You can't see anything.
Wow.
But next to the pit, there is a sort of clearer area. Where the bamboo has failed to grow. So, would you like to set up camp?
I'm slightly concerned. Why is the bamboo not growing there though?
I don't. Maybe the ground eroded lah.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, is it cursed or something?
I don't know. I
Is it
don't know. I
blighted?
don't know. I don't know. You can find out.
What are these geog things?
Yeah, but does it does it look like unnaturally?
Actually, no. With that roll, no. It just looks like probably there was erosion.
Okay, okay, good,
Yeah.
good, good.
Oh,
Now I'll call the rest over. I found a clearer spot, but be careful. There is a pit. I pointed up to them.
Was that done by, you know, non-natural sources?
Yeah, can I look to see how big is it?
It is pretty. It's pretty deep down.
Mm.
But I mean, so what happens is that you see like one side sloping down, and then it continues to slope down after. So it does seem a little bit gradual.
Mm.
Yeah.
Does it look like the a nest of some kind of animal?
I mean, animals can nest anywhere, but I don't think it looks particularly like it was like hollowed out to be a nest.
Okay, okay. But are there any tracks leading in and out?
No, you don't notice any of those things.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It does not seem to be used by anything at the moment.
I'm
Alright.
hungry. Can we just set up the camp and like start cooking the food?
He's hungry.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'll stand watch for the first part of the evening then.
All right. So have you guys brought like your bedrolls?
Yeah.
You have. Okay. And
Yeah, very fluffy one. Special.
does anybody have the tools to set up a campfire?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe
great.
I
I
do.
mean, I suppose yeah. If they hired Sue as a ranger, she would probably have everything. So
Yeah.
okay. So what we're gonna do now, right? It is the first night. We're gonna play this thing that actually we learned from our previous campaign called Tales by the Campfire. So every night, I'm gonna roll a d10, okay, and then somebody's gonna tell a story by the campfire. I'll tell you who it is, okay. And it is Ramji. So Ramji, it is your turn, your character's turn, Amar's turn to tell a tale by the campfire. Roll a d4.
This is a weird sensation. Hold on, I need to find a D4. Oh, I have so many dice here. This is like this. I feel like Lisa now. Hang on, no, not that one.
D8.
What? I always.
No, not that one. No,
Sorry.
I've got like many D4s, and I'm picking which one I want.
Oh.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. So
Haha.
the key is 1 tale of love, 2 tale of pain, 3 tale of loss, 4 tale of gain. So now you will share with the party a tale of pain. It can be from your past, or it can be just a general legend that you might have studied in your.
Nagarandan legend.
I will tell the story of. I'll tell the story of Sumita, a beautiful young princess from my home world or hometown, who fell in love with a wandering minstrel who came through town and enchanted young Sumita with his shining abdomen and ever so flowing locks. And poor Sumita fell hard, as young people are like to do, and believed this person when they said that they would return. The minstrel and his party went further off into the great beyond to fight some evil and lose, which Sumita never knew. So instead, she waited, and waited every day faithfully for the return of her bard, who did in fact come back one day with the rest of the invading undead army. That is the story I will share.
How does Amar tell this story? Is he very invested? Is there a tear in his eye? How connected
is-
do we feel he is?
He is. He's telling a tale of that he probably learnt sort of whilst being bounced on his auntie's knee.
Okay.
So it's just an old folklore tale, which is why it doesn't have a happy ending.
Could you make a performance check, please?
A performance check,
Ooh.
sure. I rolled 16s of 21.
Oh my god. Okay, can for people's charisma checks, do you have confidence to beat 21? Otherwise, don't roll.
No.
Anybody has charisma? Okay, so everybody around the campfire is in tears. Okay, you know what? Roll anyway. Let me know what your results are. Roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh Lord.
Charisma saving throw.
Yeah.
Wow.
5.
My charisma is plus 0. I can't even pass it.
22. Ha!
Oh,
I was laughing at the story.
20.
I'm like ugly crying.
I'm completely unaffected.
14. Heng Da is sitting in a corner, very quiet.
okay.
Morose.
Okay. Everybody seems to be very absorbed by the story, except for the character of Han. What does Han do?
And looking suspicious, like, doesn't sound like a real story.
Is Amar your tutor as well?
No.
Okay.
Han learned from the dwarves, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
me too. I rolled a 20.
Oh no,
Oh,
but
well, I mean, I
21
rolled a
only.
17 then plus 3.
you failed
did
though because you
21.
rolled 21.
Oh.
But
What?
what you guys notice is that slightly more distant from the campfire is a small dark humanoid figure as you all go, where's you? And some distance away, just within the range of the campfire for safety, is a prostrate figure on the floor going, crying already. Why is it why?
How could he? How could he?
And you all wonder, looking at Sue, what it was in Sue's past that would have inspired Sue to react so strongly to this tale of pain. But with that, who's on watch?
It's me. I'm on the first watch, wondering like what sort of K-drama fan is you? She's very invested.
Okay, it's okay. Just roll a perception check.
Sure.
Everybody else can sleep.
23.
Yep, nothing happens during your watch. Okay, who's taking the next?
I walk back to the camp and look at everyone sleeping. Who's on watch next? Silence. Oh, Sue gets up.
Hired help gets it.
Okay, so Sue gets up from her tear-stained pillow. Please roll a perception check.
Okie
Papa
dokie.
puts a bag over his head and goes to
Yeah,
sleep.
16 again.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, yeah, nothing happens. Sorry, let's say there's one more. There's one more watch. We'll break it down into 3 hours. Okay, who's taking the last watch?
I can.
No, you
you
won't.
want?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Young lady, you need to sleep.
I could do it. I could totally do it.
Of course you can. You can do anything you put your mind to. However,
Aw.
it is my responsibility as your tutor.
However, your role is
I don't
terrible.
need.
Go to sleep, Han.
So what am I
Shut
rolling?
up, Han.
Perception.
Perception. It's not actually my specialty. That is a 4.
Oh wow!
Ah,
Oh my god. Okay, so
we all die.
you
I have this. Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
okay. So you what you feel? Okay. It's just, you hear just the vague sounds of water from somewhere in the bamboo forest. It is not too far from you. Do you investigate?
I hear water running. Let me not tell anybody what is going on and wander off randomly.
It's up
in
to
that
you. You
direction.
don't have to.
I'm 100% going to not tell anyone what's going on and wander off in that direction.
Okay. So you go. You walk into the darkness. Do you have dark vision?
In fairness, Amara's not the sarcastic fuck I am. He will almost certainly go and wake Sue and say, sorry to interrupt your rest, but did you hear the sound of running water? There appears to be a stream or something nearby.
Jill sits up, starts listening actively.
You can roll a perception check.
Wah. 11 plus 7, so 8 as 18 years. Cannot math.
Yeah, I think you hear the sound of a stream. It is definitely not something that you noticed in the day with the chittering and the doo-doo-doo-doo, but like now that you've had time to sleep a bit for your brain to reset in the deadly quiet of the night, you do hear the sound of the stream.
I do. It comes from that direction. But
Yes.
also at the same
that
time, I make a
always there?
check to make sure everybody's in camp and nobody's off peeing somewhere.
Okay, so what do you guys decide to do?
I mean, it's a stream. How much danger can you have from running water?
Well, we can go and look at the stream by the light of day, refill our water skins, and see if it continues to the village. You mentioned it was built near the hidden sea?
Stream.
What do I know about
Hidden
the hidden
stream?
You know,
Oh, the
there is a
hidden stream.
stream that at some point intersects the Fanyang Bamboo Sea. By the way, the Bamboo Sea is not like a sea of water, it's just the bamboo forest, it's the name for the bamboo forest. So the stream at some point intersects the Fanyang Bamboo Sea, and it's called the Hidden Stream. And you know that Song Sea is built around an area of it.
I will very loudly and not particularly tactfully repeat this to her as if this is a fact.
Yes.
So this must in fact then be the hidden stream.
Yes.
Not as many think the hidden sea. That is an entirely different place altogether, far, far to the west.
So we are near the village that we seek.
We should be near the village, yes.
Okay. We can wake everyone in the morning and head off in that direction. It's a good spot, Amar. Well done.
I
Yeah,
apologize for de-resting you.
it is fine. May I go back to sleep now?
Yes.
Good night. See you in 2 hours.
Okay, so the evening passes without incident. I'm gonna make Sheena. Can you roll a just a D4? Okay, on
D4.
evens you take 1 level exhaustion.
Okay.
On odds you do not.
Wow, that's mean.
Good.
Level
I
of
got 2.
exhaustion?
Wait, 2 is even.
Even.
1
is-
level of exhaustion.
Okay, can, no
Oh
problem.
no.
It's okay. It's okay.
Aw.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
So you
See
keep
what you
going.
did.
You keep going. Okay, who is gonna? You have to keep going to the forest. So who's gonna roll nature checks?
Could we let Sue sleep in if we see her wake up in the morning looking wrecked?
It's up to you.
But if I do, would it get rid of the exhaustion? I don't think so, right?
No.
Not at this point, lah.
I
But
mean, you need to take 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I think is the rough rule. So as long as you've had 6 hours of sleep, you should be okay. So
yeah, but she
through
had
the-
5 because you woke her up.
I mean, shit. I would argue that it was a 2-minute conversation. So, but that's fine. It's how you want to do it. Like I'd 100% like but yeah,
It's now
okay.
5 hours and 58 minutes because of you.
Maybe we should delay for maybe 3 whole
Yeah,
minutes
she's doing like,
to allow she's looking a little bit peaky.
Okay. So you're gonna let her sleep an extra hour?
Well, let's do sleep.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Okay. So I'll say that you have to round it up. Sorry, guys, to the hour. So you sleep an extra hour. What? Okay. So you were, I think. Okay. So you sleep an extra hour. Okay, and then Sue doesn't take the level of exhaustion.
Oh,
You
thank
get up.
you.
Okay.
I get up.
All of you now hear the sounds of the stream. And are you going to what is the direction in which you would like to move?
That's a loud morning pee.
I believe it would be the sound of a stream. It could be
Oh.
the hidden stream that the village is built near.
Oh, okay. I thought someone drank too much yesterday night. Okay.
But we can head in the direction of the sound of the stream. Yes.
Okay.
sounds like a good idea.
I will try my best to lead the party in that direction.
Okay, roll another nature check, please.
Ah! Oh, 19 plus 5 would...
Wow.
Nice.
Is it?
Wow.
24.
Yes.
Okay. Without much difficulty at all, you
Oh,
went
sorry, it's
your...
plus 3, so minus 2.
Oh,
22.
it's 22, right? Okay, yeah, that's no problem. So you wend your way through the columns of the bamboo forest. You sweep aside these beautiful hanging blossoms, and you seem to expertly know from the sound of the stream exactly where to go. And within an hour or so, you reach beautiful silver stream. And inside, there is just a little bit of wildlife. You see some of the koi swimming there. You see some
Wow.
carp swimming.
Oh,
And
Wow.
and it is a lovely stream. Everything looks actually pretty idyllic. What would you like to do?
if it's clear, I'll refill my water skin.
Han will drink right away from the stream.
Upstream of Han, please.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so what would you like to do after this?
I turn to Amma. You mentioned the village is built near. Do you know which direction, roughly?
Yes, absolutely. Do I have any idea?
Yeah. So I mean, it's due east of from the Fanyang bamboo forest. So I mean, like with that nature check, I think she would know which way east is. And one
is,
of the stream is heading. One of the directions of the stream is heading towards the east.
It is due east, which is and I'm just watching her face as she sort of goes.
It goes due east. I'm like,
stuff,
there.
and which is obviously in this direction. And,
Yes. So we can follow the river, and we should reach our destination shortly.
Okay. So what that does is actually saves you a little bit of time because near the river, because of the river banks, you don't actually have so much vegetation, so you don't have to like hack your slash your way to the gorgeous bamboo florals that are dangling down from the sky. So you save a bit of time. You actually make some good time. Actually, can I get another nature check from whoever wants to roll?
It has to be you.
Well, I only have a +3 for my nature.
I have
a
plus 4.
it's
Oh.
you.
Oh,
Okay, so who
It
wants to
has
make
to
the
be
check?
you.
It has to be
One of you can do it.
Han, you do
Uh,
it.
Wow. Min is telling Han to do shits. And I lost my dice.
How do you tell Han to do this, Min?
What, to roll?
How do you tell Han to look for the direction of
No,
the
that's Hans.
direction of
It's
the,
very easy to make the mistake.
Sorry, can you see that again, Joe?
how do you tell your stepson to go and look for the village?
Go and look for the village.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Excellent. Just like
I got dirty 20.
okay.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Nothing happens. You guys keep going. But okay. Does anybody want to roll a perception check at any point?
Yeah, I will always keep an eye out for any danger or nonsense
Okay.
that
So
might be
do roll a
headed our way.
perception check.
I do. Yeah. I'm sorry. I rolled a 3, guys. I got 10.
Oh, okay. Great.
That's
What a beautiful forest by a beautiful stream.
At this point in time, Han is leading the way, by the way. Because Han is like, yeah, grumble, grumble, walk first, and
Okay, if you
like
want,
this
yeah,
way,
you can
this
make a
way.
second perception check.
Han is a UNT.
No, I don't care. I mean, it's like.
But make a perception check anyway.
Okay.
Notice.
Yeah, I rolled a 4, so that's a 6.
What a beautiful
happening?
stream by a beauty in a beautiful forest. And
I definitely know my way, and it looks very pretty. So let's
I
go
think
forward.
Han take some time to Han and Sue take some time to admire the flowers that are hanging down. I think Han grabs one that's white in color. Sue grabs another one that's red in color. You put it into your buttonhole. Maybe have a little bit of a pleasant conversation.
And along the way, Heng Da interjects by asking Han, so what is this wielding the heavens business? Is it a weapon? Is the weapon called the heavens?
Hmm.
That's why you become the wielder of the heavens?
I heard it's delicious, but I don't actually know what it is.
The what? Leeches.
Delicious. No,
the leeches. There are leeches called the wielding. What?
Leeches are
Do I
delicious.
actually know the heaven, or should I make things up now?
You know nothing.
Right.
I've heard of any
I
of
can
this
tell you
either.
none of. I mean, yes, if you have like a very high history / religion. You
I
can-
have
I
high
have a
history.
pretty decent history. Yeah.
I have +6 history.
I have +4 history.
Should I
have
roll?
+4 history.
Stop fighting, guys. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry.
No.
We don't know
I was just
anything.
kidding. I was just kidding. No. Okay, so any one of choose one person to roll.
I'll roll history.
Go, Han, go.
It's quite crappy. 14.
What a beautiful in a beautiful
Well,
forest.
Can
By
you see this feels like heaven?
Yes, you think that it looks like heaven, but this time you have now a garland of red and white flowers around your neck, Han. Skipping through it.
So I take it that you don't actually know what this wielder of the heaven thinks is.
It's good shit, man. It's all good shit. We should just find it and then enjoy it.
Yes, but I'm really worried about Zero. He's well.
We'll find him in heaven, you know.
How does that make you feel?
I hope he's not dead. If that's what you mean.
No, I hope he is happy like he's in heaven.
Oh.
Think about what you say, Han. That's not very tactful.
Who cares?
He's skipping through the forest. With the garland.
Wait, so I want to confirm. Han is a UNT, right?
Yes.
So he's not skipping through the forest.
He's not. He's kind of like slithering, and then every time he slithers, he does a little woo bounce, and he's like body roll.
Does he like
Body-
oil?
Do the
he's
body
a-
roll. Do the body roll.
He's not like a. He's like a humanoid.
He's a human,
Yeah.
yes, but he does a
Yeah,
body.
Yente is humanoid with
Right, got it.
at most appendage.
He's not the Malazon. He's not
Yeah,
like
he's-
half snake.
yeah.
That would be
Sorry.
amazing.
Do you have a tail?
Also terrifying.
He does have a tail. He does have a tail.
A bit short one.
Yeah, but
I look over at Min and I say, he is from a different shoot.
Yes, he is stepson, not.
Literally
Yeah.
cold-blooded. So
Hey, you are the later wife. So
I wasn't talking to you.
Okay, so as you guys all body roll through the forest together in a fantastic mood, dusk starts to fall. Does anybody want to look for somewhere to sleep?
yeah, let's do
Okay.
that. What is the what? We are
What's that?
next to the river.
You're following
stream,
the
right?
stream, so you keep
Okay.
going.
So does it look like there is a safe place to camp?
I mean, at the moment it's like there's some like narrow because it's the bank of a stream. It's not like there aren't trees, so you can walk single file
Okay.
alongside it. But I mean, you can sleep single file if you wanted, and assuming nobody's gonna like slide into the stream. But you probably wouldn't be
But
able to. do it.
there's no people. There's no
Nope.
nothing.
None.
Any animals? Nothing we've seen.
I would tell you, but you failed your perception roll.
Oh
Okay. Given that it's just
At
single
this
file.
point, you can roll again if you want, just to look for somewhere to. Unless you're gonna sleep single file.
No. I'm gonna venture a bit into the forest to see if there's a space that we
Okay.
can. Sleep.
I want to follow Sue.
I'm rolling what again? Sorry.
Perception. You can
Perception.
assist Min if you want.
21.
How?
You can assist anyway, then you can roll again if you want.
Okay, cool. I've got 21 so far. No, sorry, second roll is not as good.
Okay. So
That
yeah,
was 8.
actually just a short way off, there is a clearing which will be able to fit all of you. And with that roll of perception, you do notice that it is abnormally quiet. In response to Amar's question, in fact, even the river, like you used to see like little carp jumping up, but like even now it's just the sound of the water trickling. You realize you have not heard the sound of the sparrows in maybe 2-3 hours now.
Okay.
And if you look around the ground for tracks, you see nothing. Also, one thing that you notice most strongly of all is that the smell of mulberry that you thought was the smell of the bamboo blossoms has become more and more overpowering.
Okay. I go back to the party and I tell them, I am afraid that while I would normally call for a rest given the sun is setting, I don't feel that this is a safe place for us to stay for the night.
Have you seen something?
Worryingly, I do not see a lot of things. The animals are gone.
Oh,
The smell of the mulberry rotting is stronger. I fear there is something uncanny in the area. Across the stream, what is the terrain like?
Okay, it's night time now. Who has dark vision? Oh, okay.
And it's down.
I mean, if you want, you can put up a bonfire and then everybody would be able to see. It's
I
a
have
very
a 60 feet dark vision.
okay. So do you want to do?
I also have 60 feet.
I 3.
So basically, Heng Da, do you have dark vision?
oh,
Okay, so it's me and the horse that cannot see.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I am actually gonna get a torch from my pack and
Okay.
light it up, and then I will travel a little bit forward lah from the group.
Okay.
Your ability to see in the dark means you don't need a fire. I will walk in front in case something does attack me, and the rest of you should be safer, I think.
Are you walking further downstream towards the east?
Yeah, we're gonna keep continuing on towards the village.
Okay. The closer and closer you go, you don't see anything at all. It's very, very quiet in the forest. The closer and closer you go towards the village, the stronger the scent of rotting mulberry, or where you think the village would be. It is not overpowering yet. So, do you want to continue, or do you
I
want to
backtrack.
stay and camp?
I backtrack. I backtrack to the
As
rest
you
of the group.
backtrack, the scent does fade a little bit.
Okay. The smell of the mulberry is stronger towards the village. I don't feel safe going towards there at night.
so
Perhaps we should stay here for the night, but
should we backtrack a bit?
perhaps. But let's not have a fire for tonight's camp.
Oh,
Or perhaps we sleep in the trees.
Or in the water.
With the fishes.
Definitely not in the water. I think that is one of your less excellent ideas.
Okay.
That's saying something.
Eh?
I asked you whether
that
she
cute?
thinks it's safer to sleep nearer the stream or in further from the stream, into the woods.
Well, in the woods, it's a bit tricky because it is so dense, this bamboo. But near the river, please do not roll into the water. The place is narrow. Unfortunately, bamboo are quite smooth. They do not make for good sleeping in, unless you can cling. Look at Ama. I don't know. Maybe you have some kind of clinging skill.
Is he like half koala?
I saw looking at it, they say, and there's no space sort of in.
I mean, there's space for you to, I think, comfortably lie in single file. You know, it's not, there's like a super single. It's a super single size width, like along the riverbank. So if
Right, I'm just wondering if we can chop down a bamboo tree.
you can, why not?
Cool. Let's chop down a bamboo tree
Why?
so we can make some space,
Oh,
and then we'll have some bamboo.
for?
To hit you, to sleep on top of.
Yeah,
They are
the-
bamboo furnitures.
That is
Exactly.
true, yeah.
That sounds like a great idea.
Maybe
Maybe you could ask
I can
Spicer
make
for
one.
something, Han. Yeah, exactly. You can be handy.
I am handy.
I see you take out an axe and talk about your plans. And Heng Da says, my grandfather used to tell me that it's not a good idea to chop wood after the sun has set.
Why?
Well, it probably was to scare us by saying that there are some evil spirits around in the forest. But the truth probably is that if you cut wood when it's dark, you don't know where it's falling, and somebody could get hurt.
That makes sense.
But
You can't see.
But Heng Da looks around. I can't see in the dark. That
is a fair problem.
And also, he lowers his voice. Also, this forest seems different. We may want to be more respectful of the forest.
Yeah, I mean, Amar, that's what you said, right? The smell is, I don't know, it's the spiritual. Yeah, we shouldn't do anything that might disturb them even more.
By that logic, we should return back to the encampment and seek the succor of nothing other than purity.
What?
Well said, Amal.
Lie ourselves in the bosom of safety. Live a little.
Yeah, I want to.
Ah, fine. I'm tired. Let's go to sleep.
I
Okay.
don't need a tutor.
So
Clearly, you do. Otherwise, the danger of you turning into this young gentleman.
Ah, don't insult me.
Well,
You're such a
exactly,
child.
my lady.
does anybody light a campfire?
No, we're not lighting one for the night.
Okay. It's cold. I will need you guys to make con checks if you don't.
Okay.
Okay. But before you do, as you're settling down, I'm gonna roll a d10 to see who does tales by the campfire today.
Oh,
And
can we
it
get
is-
the 3 people with dark vision to do the watching tonight then?
Yeah. Sure.
Sheena,
Yeah.
it's you. Roll a
Oh.
d4.
Roll a d4.
But there's no campfire.
It's okay. It's just tales by the river. Tales by
He
the
made
Camp
Mongkwa
River.
Bo like, I'm telling you a story.
Yeah, so Sue tells a little bit of a tale just to reassure everybody since there's no
As we're
light.
eating,
Yeah. As there's no light, just to make them feel a bit safer. So roll a d4.
Is that
Okay,
the scary
4.
story?
Tale of love, tale of pain, tale of loss, tale of gain. So you can tell something either from your personal past or a legend that you've heard about something that has been gained.
Has been gained. Okay. And well, I don't know many stories, but there was one of a child in my village, and he was going out to seek his fortune. He was an orphan, you see, so he was very poor, couldn't afford anything to eat. So he went out to see if he could find something, anything, and he ventured forth, and he thought that perhaps out there in this big world there might be something for him. And I tell the tale of this child who basically finds himself in a cave. It's a magical cave. There's like a lot of wonders in there. He tries to take out the things, but every time he takes something out, it turns to sand. And he's like, how is this possible? And he goes back in, he takes more things out, and it keeps turning into sand. And then finally he realizes that, hey, maybe this is magic. And maybe he could find a thing that, is turning all these things into, valuable items inside the cave. So eventually he finds a rock that seems very normal, like nothing amazing about it, but it is the magical item that turns everything around it precious. So he brings it with him, and then using that, he was able to somehow swindle his way into riches because, he keeps changing things into magic and valuable items. And so he gained. But What did he lose? His soul? His ethics? His morals? And so the story teaches us that even though sometimes we might look to gain certain things, we must not remember, or we must not forget that there are things that we lose along the way.
Okay, make a performance check, Sheena.
It's gonna be shit.
Ooh.
I wrote 9. Let's
Everybody's
see.
asleep.
9.
Oh
And I don't know. I'm still continuing on because I can't see them.
Okay. So who's doing the first watch?
no! I can.
Okay. Okay. Let Min do the first watch.
Okay.
Roll perception.
Eh. Oh my god. Oh wait,
Natural one?
seven.
Oh.
Wait, plus 2. So 9.
Okay. You don't notice anything. River. Slight smell of rotting mulberry, and your watch passes without incident. Who's taking the second watch?
I can watch.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay. Amar.
I rolled a natural one.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Why are people letting him do the watch?
This is great.
He's the tutor.
This is wonderful. I'm loving this.
You don't notice anything either. Not a single thing. In fact, you fall asleep halfway through your watch.
No.
No, I'm into the wine. I'm enjoying the wine.
Oh dear.
You're enjoying the wine, great. You
Oh,
enjoy the
God.
wine, and it's mulberry wine that you're drinking, and the scent of the mulberry from your wine fuses with the scent of the mulberry around you, so that you don't notice a single thing.
Ah.
And who's taking the third watch?
Me, but the second watch is asleep, right? Then nobody will wake me up.
No, I mean he'll wake you up for the third watch, lah.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't, I didn't
works.
fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
It's just like I dozed
Yeah.
off. and
Oh,
then-
okay, okay.
Yeah, so I wake you up.
Okay, roll perception.
Ding ding. It's a lot. 19.
It's a lot.
Okay,
19.
You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. Even with your 60 feet dark vision, everything looks completely peaceful. And you don't sense danger, but you do notice that the scent of rotting mulberry is much, much stronger at night.
Oh,
That's what you
God.
notice than it was in the day while you were skipping through the forest, making
Okay.
sense of bamboo flowers.
Okay.
Your watch passes without incident. Okay. Wow!
Yay.
There would be a cock crowing, except there isn't.
Oh dear.
I will tell the party, this morning it doesn't smell as bad as when I was keeping watch.
What did it smell like when you were keeping watch?
It smells terrible, as in like terribly strongly scented mulberry smell. You know, the smell that we are currently having is just more terrible.
Oh, so it just gets worse at night.
Maybe, I don't know, or maybe I was just guarding around some really rotten mulberry around me. Who knows?
I can't say that I noticed a thing, honestly.
Okay. Are you how much wine did you drink, Amar?
Oh no.
I mean, I'll make a con save if you like.
Oh shit! All of you guys were supposed to have made con saves for the cold
The
because you didn't like fire.
See,
Okay.
but I drank the alcohol, so I'm making the con save for the alcohol, not the cold.
Okay.
Um,
No, actually,
cold.
Ramji, your alcohol will cancel off the cold, so you'll be fine.
Oh.
Of everybody else, make a con save. Don't worry, it's an easy save.
I made 20.
Okay.
12?
I 13.
Okay. Han.
14.
Okay, everybody's fine. Okay, what do you
Yay!
guys want to do?
Cool.
So, I do need to tell you that the smell of the rotting mulberries comes from the east, where the village is supposed to be.
How far away are we supposed to be from the village?
Even with the law that Amar knows, you have no idea. It's a very quiet village. It's
not far. Less than a day or two's travel.
Okay, well, maybe we can make haste. We might be able to get there.
Yes, we should cover as much ground as we can during the day.
okay. So you guys keep going.
We
Yeah.
set out.
Okay.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's not even an hour when the density of the forest diminishes and then fades altogether as you emerge into the sunlight. And in front of you, this is what you see. As you start to emerge from the forest, the once firm ground becomes soggy and difficult to traverse. The earth starts to cling to your boots as the water level begins to rise even beyond the stream.
Oh.
And you emerge to find an overgrown, waterlogged path with wagons still sunken in the thick mud.
Oh.
They are abandoned by those who have managed to escape whatever happened here. Instead of the Songxi village, the village of the hidden stream, which is known for its beauty by those people who have heard of it, what greets you are ruins, with only rooftops visible above the waterline. The stench of rotten mulberries is everywhere. As you approach the overgrown stone gates that mark the southern entrance to the village, you see that some buildings built along the elevated hillside are still accessible, although long, strangling vines grow over their walls and roofs. Let me pull up a picture. Hang on.
Ooh.
Picture.
Feel
It's
like
not going to be an impressive picture. I apologize. There it is.
Oh, nice.
Oh, so
Hey.
cute.
Songxi, village of the hidden stream, or
Oh
what used to
no.
be the village of the hidden stream.
oh
Oh,
no.
wow.
However, over the scent of mulberries is also mixed in with the sense of death and decay. And on the stone gate to the village, you see a rotting wooden sign, I mean, you can see there, on which words are barely legible. Does anybody want to try and read it?
We're approaching from the red gate area, right?
You're approaching from the, yeah, correct. That's the wooden gate.
Okay.
Anybody want to try and read the sign?
Sure.
Okay, Amar, roll
Educated.
perception.
13,
Okay, you
which is
read.
lower than my passive. That's funny.
So I mean, even so in this world, common would be what we think of as Mandarin. Okay, so you do read Songxi, village of the hidden stream, and also you, Amar, you hear faint sounds of crying. Other than that, you only hear complete and unnerving silence. You wrote 16, right?
No, I rolled 13.
13. Okay, and that's all you detect. But
Does anybody hear crying?
you hear
What?
you hear vague sounds of crying from somewhere in the village, but it's faint and it seems to fade in and out. But you can also, with that perception check, you also notice that there does seem to be a path between the roofs, the fallen trees, the rocks in the immersed village if you were to choose not to go into the water. So this is what you notice.
Is the water very murky?
It is no, it is very, very, very clear.
Oh.
This is what Amar notices. Does anybody want to roll a?
I do. Heng Da does say, in reply to Ama, did you say baby's crying?
I hear the sound of somebody crying, but DM, I've got a question.
Yes.
Looking at this map, this
Picture.
there is a sort of big bird that is growing out of Sheena's head. I'm wondering, what does that represent?
It's not a big bird. There are two fallen trees.
It's fallen tree.
Yeah.
No, no,
How
got
dare
it,
you.
got it. Makes sense. No, sorry, I didn't throw too much shade. I was throwing a calibrated amount of shade.
Oh no.
Okay.
But we're not there, right? We're on the opposite end
You're,
where
you're at the
Thing.
gate. Yeah. So
Got it,
I mean,
got
but
it,
on that question, Heng Da, would you like to roll a wisdom? Would you like to roll a nature or arcana check, or does somebody else want to do it?
Somebody else, please.
Not me. My
I do am interested. Why is the water so clean? Because like being the smartest is like, ooh, water is so clean. Is there
but
something
why
magical
is
here?
Ama hearing babies crying?
Yeah,
I'll roll the Arcana.
Okay, arcana roll.
16.
Okay. The water is uncannily clear, and that's a word I learned from Sheena just now, as if there has been no spore or mud. What you do know is that there are lots and lots of plants that you can see in the very, very clear water, and they seem to be grabbing on to the edges of the bank that they can cling on to. Of
Mhm.
course, they stop before reaching, they grab onto the bank, but they don't go any further. But there are so many of these lush green plants seeming to clinging onto every surface. And there are no animals that you can see, not a single fish or waterfowl.
Oh wow.
Okay. Hey guys, the water is very clean and you can see through everything. There is no fish though, although I see a lot of plants here near the edges. You wanna see? Come here.
What are you doing?
Um, I'm looking closely at the plants, I guess. Do I know any plants like this? Like, is this a common plant elsewhere, or like is this a
Yeah, roll,
totally
roll a nature check.
nature check? 21.
These are very common plants. They seem to be growing much, much more densely than they normally would, while still be able to survive with an adequate amount of nutrients.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like the vegetation is really good under the water. Maybe this water is special, guys.
Okay. So why was Zero wanting to come here when this village has obviously been abandoned for a long time? This doesn't look like recent flooding.
Have I heard the cry again?
Yes, it's fading in and out. It doesn't go away.
Listen, can you not hear that? There's somebody in danger or in need.
Where is it coming from?
What's everybody's
Let's go
passive
check it
perception?
out.
17.
14.
Okay. The 14 and the 17. Is everybody else?
I'm
I'm
12.
12.
Nope.
Oh,
So 14 and 17, you will hear the crying. You can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It's from somewhere in the village.
Wait, I hear it too. It's
We
very
should
soft.
render some assistance, no?
I'm
Yes, but
not
where?
where.
I don't hear anything, but yes, if you can find that person, let's go and help.
All right.
Maybe the flooding happened recently and there's a survivor. And they can tell us what happened to the
Do
village.
you want to roll a wisdom check? Or you can either choose wisdom or nature.
What is the difference when both are 0? Oh, wisdom, I have +2, okay. 21.
With the proliferation of the plant growth on the roofs, the way the trees have fallen and the way that the plants have grown over them, this has happened a few years ago.
Then Heng Da pauses and said, no, wait. With all this vegetation, yeah, this is not recent. Then
But when did your friend?
3 weeks ago,
So, is there any sign? Is there anything that shows the day he came this way?
well, we'd have to go into the village to check it, I suppose.
Also,
Yes.
with your from what you can see now, no, but with your wisdom roll just now, he's an Arakokra. He flies,
Oh.
so it's yeah.
It makes sense that if Zero was here, he actually wouldn't have had to walk because he could fly.
That is true. But whoever is crying would most likely not be underwater. Perhaps they are in one of the houses.
Does it look like it's safe for us to try to reach the houses? Is there a path? Hamta is looking a bit uncomfortably at the water level.
How high is the water? Like, are the
That is-
houses submerged?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, whatever you see above the water level is what is not submerged.
Okay.
So some of them, like you see, like little things peeking out, then they are almost completely submerged. But for those which are not submerged, yeah, they're not submerged.
Okay.
So
Is
if you want, you can make a nature check to see whether you can take a path.
Alrighty, let's try these. 9.
Yeah, I mean, you can lah. You can probably like bounce your way across. I mean, like the distance between like the different sort of things that are suspended above the water, you could probably everybody in the party could probably jump or or walk.
Actually, could I like tie a rope to an arrow and then shoot it over to one of the nearer roofs?
You can. You can make an attack roll to see whether it sticks or it slides off.
Okay, let's try this. I rolled an 11 plus 5, so that's 16 to hit.
Okay, yeah, it kind of barely wedges in. I
Okay.
don't know how firm it is.
Yeah, that's just to get the rope to that side. And then I will try and do a running jump and jump onto the roof if possible.
Okay, you can. I mean, but basically, like if you see like there's a which one? So the closest one to the gate is it?
I think so. It's hidden under you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't know what to do about that. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay, but basically, I think what's covered now is that there is actually a fallen tree. Ah, there we
Oh,
go.
okay.
Yeah, there's
Great,
a
great,
fallen
great,
tree.
great, great.
So
Oh, so
if you
there's no
want,
need for the rope bridge
Ah,
lah.
yeah.
That's fine then. Then I wouldn't need to do that. I will just go on to the
Thanks, Ramji.
fallen tree
Okay.
and
Does
get.
the so that leads to both a like a pretty submerged. Goes past a pretty submerged house, and it also leads to a tower. Where would you like to go?
Okay. I call out to the rest of the group. I will climb the tower to see if I can get a better view of the place.
Does the
I
party go
follow. I
along?
follow as well.
I
Yeah.
don't climb very well. Heng Da says, pointing at his hooves. But I
follow.
mostly just
I
use my upper body strength, so I might just stay here.
How deep is the water and how fast is the stream flowing?
What did you roll just now? Did you roll nature?
I did roll nature and I did get a 21, I think.
21. Oh, okay. The water, I would say, I mean, because the riverbed fluctuates in height at different points, but the depth at the deepest points, I think, would be something like 20 feet. At the shallowest points, about 10 feet.
Okay.
No,
And
I
is
think
it
about
like
12 feet. Yeah.
is it a fast moving stream or is it like
It's
slow and
moving. It's moving pretty fast.
right? Okay, so if
So
you
you
swim
have
there,
to
it will be
swim.
dangerous. Basically, we might get pulled by the stream
You
flow.
might.
Okay,
You might.
we don't know. Got it. No, otherwise I was just going to dip myself in the water. But
But
okay.
just now on your nature check, right? For you, Heng Da, you think that the footholds will hold you?
It's just I take longer than everybody else to climb.
It will just be walking speed
I literally take 4 times longer.
Oh,
Centaurs take 4 times longer.
to walk.
Yeah. To climb.
It will just be walking speed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If it's just walk, if
Yeah.
it doesn't involve climbing,
No,
I'm
no,
okay.
no. It's
Yeah,
fine.
okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go lah. Okay. So you're going to the tower, yeah. So Okay, so as you go towards the tower, I would say it's about 20, it's about 20 feet lah, from the bank that you came on. So you walk towards the tower. The tree underneath your feet, it seems pretty sturdy. At some point, some points of the surface of the wood are a little bit soft, but they hold under your feet. You reach.
What sort of tree is it? Is it the same as the rest of the forest that we've been going through?
No, I would say it's like let's say it's a birch.
Okay.
Yeah. So you go towards it. It's not a mulberry tree, if that's what you're asking. You go towards the tower, and you notice that you are with a slight. You're more or less level with the window. I'm gonna like circle it here. Can you guys see?
Yes.
Okay, you're more or less level with this level of windows in the tower. Do you want to go inside, or what do you do?
Can we look through the window? Does it have a pane of glass or is it just
Oh, it's
a
just
hole?
open. It's
Okay.
just open.
Okay. We look in. What's
Okay.
inside?
So what you see inside is a small. It seems to be the second floor of the tower, or like not the first floor of the tower, because there's a spiral staircase in the corner leading up, and a spiral staircase leading down. The spiral staircase leading down is partially submerged, but this floor seems to be clear. You don't see anything. If there was anything here, it might have been washed away.
Okay.
It's
Given that
50 by 15 feet.
the place has been submerged for a while, is there dust in the area? Does it look clean, dusty? Are there any tracks?
There are no tracks. There's probably a bit of dust, but no tracks.
Okay. Well, I will enter. I'm climbing in through the window if possible.
Okay, you can climb to the window. If everybody wants to climb in, it's just that you all have to enter one by one lah. So you all can decide what your marching
Yeah.
orders are.
I will head in first, and then I will start heading up the stairs a little bit, not all the way, just to peek around to see if there's anyone there.
There's
I'll go
nobody
in
there.
second.
Are there any? Does it look like there's anything that looks dangerous in here, and any traps, anything like that?
Roll perception. Are you going next?
Investigation.
Sure, if you want. I mean, no, I say perception. Sorry.
Okay. 6.
No, but looks fine.
Everything's good.
What a nice stone tower. Okay, so
Okay.
everybody heading in?
Yeah, it must be safe because Amma says so.
Okay, so there's nothing on this floor. If you want, you can look out the windows on either side.
Mm.
Is anybody?
Actually, Heng Da wants to try to get to the roof because if there's anything that Zero left behind, probably because he's likely to land on the roof of the structure.
You can't. Okay, well, you can try going up to the next story, and then you can see whether you can find a way to the roof.
Would,
Okay.
would the centaur fit inside here? Because
Yeah,
you know
can,
he is
can.
Heng Da.
Can. He's not. He's still medium, right?
Yeah, I'm still medium.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
can.
so it's a very small horse.
Yes. So how everybody inside?
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Okay, we're heading upwards.
Okay. What is the order?
Me first.
Me second.
I'll go after Min.
Okay.
I'll go last.
Hang Da.
So I'm second.
So fifth, fourth. Sorry, yeah, I'm last.
Damn, our party is huge.
Okay.
Yeah, so
just
strange.
remember your marching order. Okay.
Yeah, I only see the horse ass basically.
Okay, I will
So-
keep an eye out in case like the structure is unsound or whatever.
Right.
As well.
So sorry. Who is the first person again?
Me.
Sue.
Okay. As you head up to the next story, I will explain to you.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is what you see. The red circles are skeletons, and they
Oh.
are. So what Sue will see them first. They are dead. I mean, they don't appear to be moving. Do you move further in?
No, I stop and I tell the rest. Why is one yellow though?
There, you can move towards it and make a perception check if you want.
But I basically see 4 skeletons lah.
Yeah.
Humanoid?
Humanoid, yes, but different species. I mean, different races.
Okay. Hold on. There are 4 skeletons here in this tower. They all seem humanoid but of different species.
Oh, do any of them have wings?
Do any of them have wings?
Roll perception.
What? Ta-dang! Yeah! 14.
It's okay.
Yes.
None of them have wings.
No.
Oh,
What do they look like?
On this
Roughly?
perception, you also know what it seems like is that they've been there for a long time. None of them seem to be recently dead.
I see. These appear to have. These are not newly dead. They've been here for a while.
Two of them are wearing. No, sorry. One of them. What is your You want to roll a history for me, Sheena?
History. 14. Hey.
14?
Yeah.
Okay. You recognize one of them as the uniform, decked in the uniform of the Royal Rangers. I don't know what your background is as a ranger, but you know of these. Like, these are the Emperor's Rangers. One of them is wearing the uniform. And the other one is wearing robes that are not dissimilar to what Amar is wearing.
Oh,
The one in the corner.
oh wow.
I turn back. One of them was the Emperor's Ranger, or one of the Emperor's Ranger. Another one is wearing robes similar to yours, Ama.
Oh,
So they are from the royal court
It would
of some
appear.
sort.
Yes.
Have they been dead for a long time?
Yes, it would appear so. I would need to approach closer to examine further, but I'm not certain if it's safe to do so. I will do so anyway. I draw my short swords. My short swords, and then I step into that room.
Okay. Okay. Nothing happens. So what would you like to look at?
The the dot by itself that is currently painted in yellow.
Okay. So, you can roll an investigation check.
Okay, this
Who's
is
inside the room right now? Only Sue?
Yeah, only Sue. I don't know. Do the rest of you guys want to come in here on the staircase?
No, I'm staying on the staircase.
I mean, Han is shouting, "Can you guys move faster? The staircase is a bit crowded."
If you want, you can squeeze past somebody. You can move past friendly characters if you want, Han.
No, I'm being lazy. It's like, "Hey, guys, just move faster." I'm just shouting,
Does
not like
anybody
anyone.
move into the room?
Just me so far.
Anybody else? Nobody else, huh?
No,
Heng Da joins Xiu in the room. Lah.
Roll perception.
Okay.
I got a 22 for my.
Yeah, I'd probably step in as well
18.
because she'd mentioned there was
18.
the.
Okay. Amar, could you roll
Yeah.
perception as well?
Mhm.
I got a 22.
9.
Okay. So Sheena, this is what you see on your investigation. The ropes. I mean, like, what are you doing? What are you investigating?
I'm checking out the that particular skeleton. I don't know.
Are you looking for anything, or are you just trying to see
yeah,
the
like see how they died. I
race?
guess. Yeah.
Right? How they died? Okay, that's more of a okay. Tell you what, that will be more of a medicine check. So what you do notice on investigations that you don't find anything on the ropes. This is definitely a sorcerer of the royal court, and he seems to be reaching for something out the open window of the tower.
Oh.
Okay. I try to see what
So
he's
on your perception check, Hamta,
18.
you're on the third floor of the tower now.
Mm-hmm.
You notice the floor seems to be becoming a bit damp. You're not sure why.
Turning them.
You're not sure whether it was damp before, but it seems to be pretty damp for something which is high up.
And I say it as I step on it. Did it rain recently? Why is the floor so wet?
Can I look up and look at the ceiling? Does the ceiling look wet?
No, the ceiling's okay. The ceiling's not damp. Okay, what are Min and Han doing? Hanging out on the steps.
Since Heng Da and Amar moved in, Han finally can happily just walk to the front, and Min is also not inside yet, right? Still at the staircase.
Yeah.
Han asks Min, "Why are you not going in?"
She doesn't reply. She's a bit
You're ignoring me now?
affected. No, she's a bit affected by the skeleton, and it's just being really like a little bit jumpy, a little bit cautious. So
Okay, Han
just
and Min roll a perception check for me.
ah.
Sorry, just now Heng Da rolled at 18, right?
Yeah.
You notice a glint coming from the side. Basically, I'll show you the tower. Okay, let me go back to the previous picture. Okay, so the previous picture, right? So the tower, right? The level that you're on is open.
Okay.
See? So you notice a glint coming out of the side of the tower where the sorcerer's hand is reaching.
Oh. I point towards it. Do you all see that?
Nobody does.
My perception is 13.
You're
by
not
the
up
way.
there though.
Right.
Oh, sorry, you just rolled. Sorry, you just rolled 13.
Yeah.
Han, what did you roll?
17.
Min is in fear. She doesn't notice anything that's happening. You seem to be a little bit paralyzed. Okay, Han. The balustrades and the walls of the staircase seem to be getting a bit damp.
Hey guys, I feel like the walls are a bit wet.
And in true horror story style, Heng Da starts walking towards the glint that he sees.
Okay.
Oh god.
As you do you look? The glint is coming from below. So
Okay,
if you look
he
down.
starts walking towards it to get a better look.
Okay, so you look down lah. Basically,
Yeah.
you look down. You see a wand.
Ooh.
A wand. It seems to be giving off a soft glow. If you want, you can roll a Arcana to try and know what it is.
Or I could ask somebody else to take a look at it.
You can.
I'm good with Arcana.
Amar, Han, I think you should see this. I point a hand, not a hoof, over the side. I have hands. I have hands.
Amar, do you want to roll a Arcana check?
I would probably look at Han and say, this is more of
Okay.
your sort of thing.
Okay.
So Han, you enter the third story. Yeah.
I got natural one.
Okay, it's a wand.
It's a one.
It could be like a light stick for all you know. It's basically a shiny stick.
Can I
It's
take a
not
look as
with.
well then?
Huh? What? Sorry.
Well, if he, I was to say, I was planning on giving him the help.
Oh yeah, you can
until
assist.
then.
Yeah. Okay, Han, you can roll again.
Okay.
You're being assisted by the tutor.
13.
Okay.
It's a wand which can be used for some cool shit.
He does some cool shit.
It's floating on the surface of the water that is sort of like in line with what might be the second story window, which is where you guys just came from. Which is where you guys just came from. But you wouldn't have noticed it because you wouldn't have looked out the window at that level, and you don't have the vantage point.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if it does some cool shit, do you want to go pick it up?
Sorry, one more thing. Just now, Sheena, you rolled very high investigation, right? What was
Yeah,
it again?
22.
Yeah. So this is not. You notice that the teeth of the sorcerer's skeleton has got some blood stains on it.
Okay. So creepy. How is it positioned? Does it look like, I know he's reaching for something out the window. But do I notice anything like, are there singe marks, arrow marks, slash marks on its body, on the ropes?
Let me check.
I CSI the guy. Who?
Could be gum disease.
Uh,
If you have bleeding gums, so you know.
Sensitive teeth. Use
Yeah.
Sensodyne.
uh,
Please sponsor us.
I mean, some of the you notice trauma on some parts of the skeleton, as if it's been hit very hard. But otherwise, you don't know whether that's the cause of death.
Okay. Given that I noticed blood on his teeth, I'm going to go and take a look at the others to see if there's blood on their teeth as well.
Does anybody want to assist?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Especially because I want to look at the sorcerer and see if I recognize who they were as well.
Right.
I'm busy
Okay.
looking at the one.
So, are you guys looking at the sorcerers or the sorcerer or the other skeletons?
I'm looking
Yes.
at the others now.
So you're not assisting each other. Okay.
I started with the sorcerer.
They're next to each other, right? So it's more of a, as we stand next by
Right.
pointing things out to each other. And
Okay.
that sort of thing, yeah.
Cool. So can both of you, Amar, then can you roll investigation?
Yep. That is I'm rolling great today. That is a 7.
Yeah, I mean, you notice that some of the clothing of the other skeletons is torn. You do not recognize this sorcerer. I mean, as far as you can tell from this guy's skeleton, you try and assess his face shape, and you think of like the face shape of the sorceress you have new in court. You think about, does this guy have an overbite? No, like this guy's got an underbite. I don't know anybody else with an underbite, and you decide that you don't really know this deceased sorcerer.
Yeah, maybe this is Akong.
But when you look at the other skeletons, you do notice scratch marks. Like you look at the hands and some of the arms that are exposed under the clothing. You do notice some sort of like weird signs of abrasion or scratching. Would you like to roll a? Hang on. Would you like to roll a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh no, okay, I will.
Saving
I
throw.
would not,
Just
but
myself and Sheena? Or,
Only Amar.
Only Amar.
oh, okay. Then
That's not bad. 17. No, 19. 17.
Okay, nothing happens to you, but you do hear the sound of you do hear in your mind's eye. It's some sort of psychic sound. It's not something that you hear in real life. You hear the scratching of teeth upon bones and fading screams. You get the sense that some cannibalism happened here.
They died in great fear.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, Lisa, roll initiative. You're still on the stairs, yeah?
Yeah.
The water that has been seeping up the stairs from the floor, from the walls next to you, that you have not noticed, materialize into a sort of humanoid shape.
Oh
Ah, fuck.
god. Oh god.
Appearing on the step just below you. In fact, everybody roll initiative.
I rolled a 3.
Okay, let's enter in the chat.
20.
Well, actually, I
Yes.
rolled a 2 and then plus 1.
Check. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, I need to pull out my keyboard.
Can somebody take notes of this for me, please?
Yeah.
And who's got what?
I already put mine in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It's all in the chat.
All these.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh wow, guys.
So high.
Not say I want to
What?
say.
Oh, the ranger. Okay.
Why? What's happening today?
I don't know.
What's happening
Hans
is we're all
Ramji,
gonna take our turn
what's your
together.
pluses?
Dex is it?
Mm.
Plus 2.
That's it.
No, that's it. That's including.
I'm plus 2. Ramji,
Oh,
Rico.
between the two of us.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 3. Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
Ramji first, then
Yeah,
rather
Amar
Han,
first.
then Ama, then Heng Da, then Min.
Okay, it's going to attack Min first because it's right next to Min. Okay.
Oh god. Go.
So, but hang on. No. But Sue, you get to go first.
Oh, do I notice anything from behind
you
me? My
scream,
perception
Lisa?
17.
Yeah, I scream loud. Like,
Okay, if Min screams, then you can go towards her if you like. But not if you're melee, you cannot reach that. But anyway, yeah. So
Yeah.
she's on the. I'm gonna open the map again. Do.
Opening the map again.
Okay, so I just tell you first. Okay,
Mm.
Sheena, you're pink.
Yay!
surprise.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this guy is. Hang on, I'll make a smaller one. Select. Make it really small. Okay. Stop it! Freaking balls! Okay, never mind. You know what? I'm just gonna. Okay, so this guy is currently like here. Okay, because he's off the map. So, Sue, where do you want to go? So it's every square is 5 feet, lah. So just decide where you want to go.
Blah, 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 blah. How is the creature based with Min right now?
It's one step below Min, so I'm gonna put Min here.
Oh, we can't see the thing.
Oh, you can't see the thing. Hang on. Hang on.
I see it now.
Yeah.
I'm a very small dot.
Yes. Min is here. Min is red.
Okay.
No, purple is the creature. You
Okay.
are pink. So let me know
Okay.
where you want to be placed.
Where am I?
Were you next to the? were you
Yeah,
next-
I was examining the other 3 skeletons for blood on their teeth.
So
So
let's say you're
probably
here.
yeah.
Okay. So where do you want to
Can.
go?
How far away is Min from me, roughly?
So every square is 5 feet. So
Oh, that's not too bad.
Min is essentially her head is popping up into C3.
Can if I were to pull her away, would that be would that cause her to get attacked?
Possibly, yeah. I think
Okay.
it's an AO.
Can, no problem. So what I will
Arguably, if the creature hasn't reached its initiative phase yet.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
cool. So what I will do is, as my free action, I will sheath my swords. Then I will
Okay.
move over to Min and then pull her out of the way with my action.
Where do you want to be? B3 or C2?
I want to be C2.
Okay.
Yeah, then I'll pull her into B2, if possible.
Can? I think that's okay. So, I mean, you just roll strength just to make sure that you don't typically fail.
Please. Wherever. Oh lord, I roll a 4, so
You've
plus
been
3.
rolling. Oh,
7.
No,
I was just gonna say you've been rolling well.
doesn't budge. She's too rigid with fear to come in your direction.
Paralyzed with fear.
Min, come with me, Min.
So no, she will not come with you. Whose turn is it now?
Now
We've got
it
the
is-
numbers on
Yeah,
Also,
I
Oh,
believe
now
it's
now it's the monster's turn.
Han. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the
It's
monster.
the
Oh,
monster's turn.
the
Okay.
monster.
So the monster is going to attack Min.
Oh no,
Okay.
poor Min. Bye, Min.
Pretty sure I'm going to have
Oh.
like actual nightmares
What
tonight.
is your AC, Min?
12.
Okay. No. It does a slam in. No, 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 no. So what it does is it moves one space into your space, and you suddenly feel the sensation that you cannot breathe. Your lungs are
What?
filling with water.
oh crap.
You have to succeed a DC 11 saving throw.
Con?
Con saving throw.
Oh shit. Okay.
Bye.
I rolled a 7.
Okay, I'm gonna roll this a d10 to see how much
Level
damage
1
I do to you.
characters. Yeah, the waving has to begin now.
Sorry. What is your health?
Yeah, I have 9 hit points.
I rolled a 10. You are down, so you are essentially slumped on the step.
Oh
no.
god.
Okay.
Oh
That
dear
was
God.
fast.
Okay. It's on the step, and that was the creature's turn with its remaining movement. It is going to move here. It's going to move towards the closest target, which is it's just gonna move here lah. Hang on. It's gonna move here. Okay, that's the end of the creature's turn. Okay, who's next?
Han.
No, Amar had
It's
plus
me.
3, so
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
plus
it's
2,
me.
so Amar first.
So I will look around. I will see that my pupil has splattered into the ground.
Oh dear.
Let me see if I care or not.
Excuse me.
Is that on your character sheet? Carry.
It's my D20 give bucks roll. So I will. Yeah, right, fine. I will look over and say, Min, this is ridiculous. And look over and say,
Oh shit!
do your homework.
70 XP has just disadvantaged Amar's next roll.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
He redeemed 10,000 in time to disadvantage a player.
Well,
Oh no!
Why does it have to be now?
I'm casting Healing Word on.
Oh, no, that's
Lisa,
alright.
So there's no disadvantage to that roll.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
thank
God.
god.
But I will then. But I will then have something that we'll need to roll. I think I'll check. But so Healing Word, however, I will give you back 1d4 plus 5. So let's just do that. That's 7 hit points.
Okay.
Oh wow, the sorcerer healed.
So Min sputters to consciousness. She expels a stream of foul water from her mouth. You don't know why it's foul. The water so far has been clear. And you come to consciousness. You are prone, however. Ramji, where are you? Can you tell me the name of the square you're in?
I'm by the courtier with the blood in his teeth.
B3 or A3?
And
A3.
badly,
A3.
wherever
okay.
that was.
Okay,
yeah,
that's you.
A3.
You're yellow. Okay.
Perfect. I'll also then point my finger out and a bolt of fire will form in my hand and traverse across to this watery wastrel.
Yeah.
That I think is a firebolt, however. I'll be rolling at disadvantage. Thank you very much for the XP, and thank you for the subscriptions and everything that goes with it. I rolled. Well, I didn't roll too great either way, but I rolled a 9 and a 7, so I'll take the 7 plus 7, 14 to hit.
Ooh,
14 to hit. Let me see.
my hit.
Yep, hits. Okay.
Oh yay!
Hey.
Okay, do damage.
Okay, cool damage. It's 1d10 straight. For those lovely people in the chat who wonder what the dragon is, I haven't implemented it yet. Fooling around
What?
last night. So I'll be doing that now. 7 points of damage.
Okay. It screams like in sort of a watery voice, and as it rears up, you notice, Amar, that its form seems to be similar to that of the sorcerer's corpse.
Huh?
Yeah, and it also what after it's done like after it's done screaming, it says, okay, let me see what languages it speaks. Hang on. It says in. Does anybody speak Gnomish?
No.
Norm.
No.
No.
Okay, then you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. It says something. It stops screaming. Okay, but it's now in its full. It's now reared to its full height. You can. It looks remarkably similar to the sorcerer who was reaching out.
So when you say it's reached its full height, I'm
It
assuming
doesn't
not.
grow like. It just stands up straight. Like its posture gets a bit
No,
better.
as in like it's not very tall, right?
Yeah, not very tall, but just now it was like and then now it's like so like that.
It's like gnome heighted.
Yes, like gnome heighted.
Okay.
With good posture.
Yeah. Okay, whose turn is it now?
Han.
Han, me. I'm guessing I'm looking at the one, so wherever the position of the one is.
It's one level down. Unless you jump out the window. You can go.
No, I
You
did.
go on the stairs.
No,
Yeah.
I won't jump on. I won't jump the window. I think, but like I don't know where is the one. Like, is it A3 or like?
So essentially, it's one level down. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, it would be A3.
But one
and-
level down.
Yeah, one level down, which would be if you're touching the floor, it would be about 13 feet down, floating on the water.
Okay. Okay, got it. So I'm not actually on this floor.
You've come onto this floor, but because the wand is floating on the water outside the window,
So I
it's
can
one
see
level
it.
down. You can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I can sit outside of the window, which means my position likely is in A3 because that's where I can look out the window.
I mean, you'd be squeezing with Ramji.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So I guess that's my position.
Basically, Han, if you look at that blue line here, right, this
Yeah.
whole thing is the window because essentially the
Got it.
tower. Yeah, so you can see it from whichever square you're in.
Okay. Let's say I'm at A2.
Okay.
I'm like, how do you kill a body of water? Maybe I should poison it. I'm going to use poison spray. The range is 10 feet though, so I'm not sure if I have to move.
Okay.
I'm happy to move.
I don't know. Okay. No, I mean you see lah. Let me see.
That's a leak.
Like is one grid 5 feet? If one grid is 5
One
feet,
grid is
then
5
I'm guess.
feet.
Yeah, okay, then I guess it's in range.
Yep.
The body of water need to make a con save, difficulty 13.
No, it doesn't.
So I spray poison and like,
Nothing happens.
that
It looks
doesn't
at
look
you.
effective.
It looks at you and it bares its teeth, and on the teeth you see tinges of red.
Oh.
Okay. Hey guys, it doesn't look like it's affected by poison.
Wait, are you saying that the teeth on the skeleton?
No, on the body
Of water.
Oh.
Okay, whose turn is it?
Up next is Heng Da.
Hengda
Where are
draws
you?
his blade, probably A1.
Okay.
Hengda draws his massive blade and thinks about his options. If he moves into B2, will he be able to strike the watery creature?
Yeah.
Okay, he does. And then he says, I don't know if this will work, as he smashes his blade into the creature.
Okay.
Do I make an attack roll?
Yeah, make an attack roll.
Mini dragon.
Okay, let's see if this works.
You can hit water with weapons, but you can't poison it.
Fair.
This water is very fishy.
Unfortunately, it's only 8 to hit. I rolled a 4.
Nope. He turns around and he stares. He glares at you and he mutters something again, which I would mutter. but you will understand it
Oh,
because I would be
okay.
speaking in Chinese.
Okay.
You know what? I'll say something else.
Okay.
Uh,
It's Winston.
okay, so he says, "Konnichiwa, eat your this," and then he sort of like glares at you, and as he bares his teeth, you see the same redness on his teeth. Winston, what do you do?
So I'm prone, right?
You're prone, so you can use half your movement to get up if you want, or you could like attack while lying down.
I'll get up.
Okay,
Are they sharing squares?
Yeah, they are. So you will be squeezed,
Uh,
which means if you melee, you will be at disadvantage.
Okay, sorry. Where I'm squeezed with who again? Seal, is it?
The
No,
the
the
Water.
Yeah.
you're in C3 right now, but usually if you get up from prone while sharing space, you end up in another square nearby.
Oh, okay, lah. But yeah, let's
the
do
next
that.
adjacent
Which square you
space.
want to be in?
Yeah. You only have
B3 is
B3.
Okay.
you don't have many options.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
Oh no. I can't.
Hug it back. It hug you. You should hug it back.
I guess I could use my. Wait, how far is it away from me?
Yeah, it's next to you.
Next to
The
you.
purple one,
Okay.
you're red.
I could use my dagger, but I mean it's water.
Just try it, up to you.
Okay, I use my dagger and I try to slice its head off.
Okay, roll to attack.
I rolled 19.
Yep, that hits. Roll your damage.
Yay!
Hey, I was carefully spraying poison.
3 damage.
Yep, it's dead.
Oh, nice!
How do you wanna? How do you want to dispatch of it?
Oh my god. Wait, so what
Drink
happens
it.
when it
Yeah,
dies?
you tell me how what you do first, and I'll tell you what it does.
So I try and like cut its head off with my dagger.
Okay. As you do that, the creature's gnomish head sort of separates from its body, and the head twists around to glare at you, and it flies in the air. The head starts is because of the direction of your swing. The head moves towards you, and as it does that, it dissolves into a spray of water all over your face,
Oh,
and the body itself.
no matter the game, man. No matter
Yeah, what is this?
The water is
What?
foul. The water is foul. It tastes the same as the water that you vomited just now.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, Ramji, stepping water works here.
It seems to have completely disappeared. Does anybody want to do anything?
Me,
I
no,
try and
okay?
get as much of the water out of my throat and my face.
I pat her back.
Yeah, I'm just
Speak,
like,
don't swallow. So it died and then it turned into the skeleton?
No, it just it just dissolved into water. The skeleton that it may have left in the corner at A3 remains there. It doesn't move.
what was that?
How many of us noticed that the skeleton and the water creature look similar?
I think
Only
whoever
Amma?
inspected the skeleton before.
Okay.
So not me.
So me and Amma.
Not me.
This is definitely water, but it's weird.
It looked like that. I point at the skeleton in the corner.
Okay.
Sorry, actually, Sheena, just now when you were inspecting the bodies, you wrote pretty high investigation. I'm sorry, I should have asked you
Yeah,
that.
22.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you point your finger towards the skeleton and you swivel your body, you look at the body of the Imperial Ranger. You notice something sticking out of its pocket.
Oh, I go and kepo. Pull it out to take a look.
I'm going to keep my weapon drawn and say to the rest, should we dispose of the skeletons? I don't know.
Hold on. I pull out whatever is in the pocket.
It's a scroll. A message seems to be scribbled on it.
Can I? Is it in a language that I understand?
It is written in a sort of calligraphy of very sophisticated common.
Ah, yes. I pass to Amma.
Amar will attempt to read
Yeah,
it.
it's fine. You can read it. It says, by order of the king, Leave no survivors. Nobody must bear testimony to this.
What does it
You know,
say?
I'm always rather confused about messages that say "leave no survivors," but then leave the message behind. This rather seems like a a loose end.
Well, if it was on the person who's delivering the message and he or she was killed, then they obviously failed in their mission, didn't they?
Well, maybe they were killed after there were no other survivors. They would kill everybody, and then somebody kills them,
Who?
Phew.
and then somebody kills that person, and then they killed that person, and it kind of goes on for a while. But you know,
Would it
What
make
I'm more
sense?
concerned about is what if all this water is R? I don't know, but what if all this water is the people who lived in this village?
What?
How?
I don't know, but you see how it's very clear, and the creature that attacked you was also very clear.
That
And-
is weird.
But the water that was inside Min was definitely not clear.
Yeah. Did it smell like rotting mulberries? The foul water.
It tasted like rotting flesh.
Oh god.
Wait, why would Min know what rotting flesh
I
tastes
don't know.
like?
It basically like maybe she
I mean,
like
she's the fourth wife, right? So,
Oh, okay,
but,
fair. Say no more.
Uncomfortable.
okay. So what do you guys want
but
to do?
firstly, men do not drink people. Secondly, if this entire village has been turned into water, then what is the thing that has created this watery world? What is the form? Like, why are we still not water? Is there a creature which runs around turning you into water? Is
Maybe,
that one of what those things do?
perhaps.
Maybe Min is going to be water.
Be water, my friend.
Can we search the bodies to see if there's anything else on them other than the scroll?
You can search, yeah.
Let's do that. please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's rolling what?
I would like to roll
Hans, did you tell us about the one downstairs or not?
perception.
I did.
It was
Like-
Heng Da who saw the one downstairs.
Very,
Oh, okay.
very publicly pointed
So
to it.
I will, while
Sure.
that's happening, I will say I can retrieve that with and summon a mage hand, and then get the mage hand to go and get it.
Okay. So Stu is rolling. First, can you roll okay, roll investigation.
Okay. Investigation. Oh yeah, this terrible 9, I think.
Oh.
Yeah,
I mean you notice like the ranger seemed to be carrying a bow, but it's broken and all the arrows seem to be gone. That's what you notice. For the other person, this person is wearing like the robes of a villager, as far as you can tell, and is not carrying anything on them.
Okay.
Yeah. So for what is Amar doing?
He's going to look out the window, tell people that this is happening, but then look and then use a mage hand, which will summon again a small snake, which then has sort of like a little batch of 5 snakes that coils into themselves. It'll reach down and it will grab the wand and bring it back up.
Great. Okay. So you have it with you now. Do you want to check what it is?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it is an elaborately engraved wand. It is gold. It is made of gold, or it's painted with gold. You can't exactly tell. There are images of blue ice that seem to be engraved on it. Would you like to use your arcana to see what it is?
I will walk over to Han and say, "Will you help me? Will you help me understand what this is, young?"
Ah, looks interesting.
Okay, fine. Roll another arcana. The rest of you, can you guys
With
roll?
assistance, right? With help, right? So,
Sure. Okay.
With help? Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Uh,
Hans will roll a 2.
no, 21.
Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
now that it's in your face, being waved in your face by Amar, your non-teacher, you recognize it. as something that you've studied about why the dwarves would have taught you about, I suppose. Like the dwarves were like, hey, for some reason, they told you about this thing, which is a. Hang on, 1 second. It's a wand of frost. Allows the user to cast Ray of Frost. The wand has 7 charges and regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn.
Oh.
Ah, this is the cool one of Frost.
Why do you know about this? Why did the dwarves tell you about this? Okay. I think what happened is that previously, when you went with the dwarves down into the mines, they used similar wands of frost like this to solidify and then blast rock. So this is where you recognize that from.
Smart.
Cool.
Yeah, I've seen the dwarves use this before.
Okay.
Yes, to freeze chill their beer, I believe.
Well, that's usually at night, but on the day, it's used for work.
Okay. Everybody else, that's not Amar, Sue, and Han, roll perception.
Everybody else that is
So
not.
basically,
Basically, Lisa and Ed.
Ed and Lisa.
Okay. I was like, wait, what?
20.
Okay. Lisa?
16 plus 2, 18.
Okay. So you notice that pile of essentially the puddle of foul water that you regurgitated on the steps. It looks bigger.
Oh,
It looks bigger and it seems to be expanding for some reason.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Guys,
phase 2.
the,
Python alert.
the water I puked out, it seems to be getting bigger. Is it
maybe-
gonna become another thing?
Yeah, maybe we should get out. And then I look at Min. Do you feel alright? Yeah, maybe we should get out of here.
Yeah,
Unless
let's go.
We want to fight it again inside this
No,
tower.
no, let's go.
So how are you guys gonna get out?
The same way?
Yeah.
So okay, you have to go past the water. Roll initiative!
Oh, yeah! 23.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, just help me make a note of that while I figure out which guy this is.
Okay.
5.
Walao eh.
Oh no.
Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Okay.
Ayo! I'm just looking at everyone's in its scores and I'm like,
It's just you. You're just carrying us. The rest are.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay lah,
I'm
you're all
gonna
very
roll
united.
initiative.
We're on
I
one
don't
side of the initiative pile.
Okay. So
Hey, Amar, are you following my initiative all the time?
so Sue, what do you want to do?
Okay, so I was over at the 3 bodies together, so I'll probably be in A1 at the moment, because I was searching their bodies. I
Okay.
will spin around, draw my bow, take aim, and do I see a watery figure?
Essentially you would see it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try and fire my. I don't know. First, do I need to? Do I need to? Why not? Okay. I will shoot it with my longbow. Let's try. Hoya!
Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 7 plus 5, so that's 12 12 to hit.
12 to hit. Unfortunately, does not hit.
No.
Okay, so it rears up. This time, what you seem to see is the form of a centaur.
What?
Like a centaur like Heng Da. I mean, not
What?
exactly the same. I mean, it's essentially like an ice carving except water
Oh.
of like a centaur. But I mean, doesn't look exactly like Heng Da, but it's a centaur.
Any
Eh.
of the 3 skeletons look like a centaur?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's shoot down.
So essentially, it rears up. And okay, can anybody speak Sylvan?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so what you hear it say is, Hedvin,
Adventurers, you will go the same way I did. I am now bound to him and I will do his will.
And this is what this is why it's crying.
I translate it for everyone. I say, it says that we're adventurers and we will die and become and share its fate and be bound to its will. I don't know who it is.
Okay. Whose turn is it? Oh, it's mine. Okay. So this is what he's gonna do. He's going to move to the closest person, which is haha, Lisa.
I knew it.
You're the closest one. Sorry.
There's a wonderful pleasure in this, isn't there?
Okay.
No.
And it's going to
What's
do the
your
same
AC?
thing. Do a
Oh, no.
Well,
Constitution
Oh.
saving
Again?
roll.
Oh dear God.
Okay lah, I give chance lah.
Maybe
You
it
go
attacks
to-
me because I'm the
Yeah, you go to the
centaur.
other person. You go to the centaur.
yay!
Okay, so that you have a friend. Okay, and then here.
The centaur of the room.
So you have to do a saving throw.
Sorry about it.
Hang on.
Con
A
saving
con
throw.
11 saving throw.
I can do this. Come
You
on.
can do this, come on.
Oh, I rolled a natural one.
Oh no.
Oh,
What
okay,
is
let's see
up
how
with
much damage.
today?
Da, da, da.
Da, 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 da. Press F to pay respects.
4.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
that's not
that's
so
not too bad.
Okay. So then what you do is you feel your lungs and your nose filled with water, but because of your natural horsey abilities, you go you like go and then you snort like this water out of your nostrils, like not very glamorously, and everybody looks at you a bit strange. Yes. Okay, and that's what happens. And then with that, it's going to move to the next space. So it's going to move to Min now.
Oh no.
Okay. Yep. Who's next?
I think it's me.
Amar.
Yeah.
Amar will look across and will attempt to firebolt it again. Rolling 25.
25?
Yeah.
Okay, it hits. Min, dexterity saving throw.
Oh. Please succeed.
That is.
I
7 points of
roll 18 plus 3.
Yep,
21.
you're fine. You're fine. So how the tiefling sort of like evades the fight? How does the tiefling do that?
I am near the wall, right?
Yeah. You're basically near the window.
Okay, so I kind of like bound on off the ledge of the window and just kind of like choop choop.
Right. So you just go shoop and then you come back.
I can I stay on the ledge?
It's up to you. Sure,
Yeah.
you can.
So I jump on the ledge and I kind of just stay there and look down on
Like a gargoyle. Like.
yeah yeah.
Flap, flap. Oh, no wings in this game. Okay.
But got horns. Do you have horns, Min?
Got
Yeah, I do.
multicolored hair. Okay.
And multicolored hair.
Okay. So that yeah. So again it cries out in Sylvan like
Think you can escape this? You will go the way that I have gone.
Which way is that?
Yeah, I say. So who is your master? I'll speak in Sylvan as well.
okay. It will respond on its turn.
Why did we kill it?
Then kill it off.
I think that's it. Yeah, it's with me.
I
Okay.
think I'm next. No, Han.
And is next.
Yes. Well, are we waiting?
Poison me.
Don't do that again, Han. Try something else.
Well, Min is in the same space, right? So hey. I will take out my dagger and try to stab the water.
Okay. Go for it. Roll an attack roll.
Stab water.
I think this thing will die. 23.
Okay, roll damage.
Dun, 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 dun.
Damage is. Give me a second.
Dun, 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 dun.
6.
Yep, it's dead. So this centaur, like, do you want to describe how you dispatch of the water centaur?
It's like This is a smart ass, right? And like, how could water be killed by dagger and just try to poke it? But it seems that he poked a critical point.
Okay, so what happens is that when you try and stab the centaur, eddies of water try to surround and grab the dagger, but something seems to have fallen apart. It disrupts the shape, and as it disrupts the shape, the centaur's face twists into a scream, and as it screams, it melts into nothing.
Ooh, stepping water works.
Yes, I demonstrated it just now. I'm so glad you took after my example. Hey, well done.
No, not your example, but
Literally did the same thing. Okay.
Okay, what's happening?
All right.
Um,
It feels as though this puddle just keeps reanimating. We should leave now.
So is the water fallen onto the floor?
Yes, the water has now dispersed flat onto the floor and like spreading over the floor, which is because essentially it's a flat. It's a pretty well made tower, like no uneven things. So it's dispersed flat over the
and it
floor.
tasted like rotting flesh.
Did anybody taste it this round?
Is
No.
Oh yes, it tasted like rotting flesh.
Well, now I know what your husband tastes like. Well, let's get out of there.
Okay, so how are people getting out?
We all sidestep the water.
Okay,
No,
I mean
the water's in
it's
the
all
B
over
tree,
the
so we
floor
can-
now. But I mean, you can just okay, just do your thing.
If I look out the window, like, is there any way we can get out without?
I mean, it's water. You can try and jump and see what happens.
The
Is there a
window-
higher floor? Or like, is
No,
this
you're
the
at the
highest
very
floor?
top floor.
Okay.
But there is a lower floor that you guys didn't check out because it was submerged. But yeah.
Ay, what would we do for a sea elf right now?
Yeah. Anyway, the last body we haven't checked it, right?
No, you checked it. It's like a villager.
Can we just go down the stairs? How about that? Heng Ta starts running down the stairs.
Isn't
Okay.
that what we did the first time? And then the thing like
Yeah,
appeared.
but we're starting to form already.
Yeah.
No, it
Oh.
hasn't started to form yet. Maybe if we get out.
Okay, so we try and go fast.
Okay, so you go. You get to the window that was. So I'm gonna pull up the old map.
The old man.
So you're gonna say roll initiative again.
So if Heng Da is the size of a human, like not a horse size, right? Would that make him My Little Pony?
Yes. Okay, so now you guys are going down to the second floor, which is level with this fallen tree. If you jump, you could possibly also reach one of these roofs or whatever this
Or
thing
we could
is.
try to go into the submerged level.
Oh, you could try. You can look down the stairs already. I mean,
Do I still hear the sound of crying?
you have not heard it stop. It's come on and off intermittently.
Oh
And is
god,
there any
that's so
direction,
creepy.
or is it from everywhere?
From here, it seems louder than when you were at the gate. You can't tell exactly what direction it's from.
I'm sorry, I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, but from here, if you want, you can look down the steps. I mean, it's submerged in water, but you can either go in or you can look down and see what you can see.
I'll peek. I'll peek in before we leave. Do I
Okay.
need to make a perception check?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Perception. Oh, 17.
17. Okay. The water here is a bit murky.
Mm-hmm.
And as you try and suss out what it is murky with, it's a faint pinkish tinge. And if you try to look, it's quite dark below the pinkish. The water is clear, but it gets dark because it's submerged, and it's in a tower. You can try and look, but that's all you can perceive. You can see some shapes below.
I tell the rest, we'd have to actually get inside the water if we want to see what's in the.
You got no
lower
dark
level.
vision, right?
Yeah, no. We'd actually have to get inside the water, or somebody who can see in the dark because it's quite dark below should take a look.
I wouldn't want to. I think Min just wants to get out as soon as possible.
Anybody
And
else?
avoid the
I
water.
don't mind going and having a look.
Okay, so
Going
do
to
you want to
have a
go into the water or do you want to just look from where you are?
Well, first of all, I'd look to see what it looks like. I mean, if I'm going into the water,
Right.
yeah,
What's your range of dark vision?
60 feet.
Okay. you can actually see quite clearly. So the water is pinkish tinged, but it's not completely murky. You can see below the spiral stairs, at the foot of it, there seems to be a collection of bodies piled up against
God.
against whatever wall. You can roll a wisdom if you like.
Straight wisdom.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I think it might be 18 or 19. 18.
You get the feeling that these were people who were trying to escape from the tower, but where the door was, it was blocked up by debris and by water, and they just couldn't get it open.
Ugh.
And with that roll, you also wonder. I mean, you infer that the survivors at the top of the tower, they probably stayed there to get away from the rushing waters as well, and they found whatever food sources that they had to until they ran out. So that's your inference.
Why did no? Wait, I wasn't told us any of this.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do now?
So Amar will, however, tell you this stuff. He'll explain to you that there's lots of bodies down there. But does it? Sorry, DM. Is it that it looks like there's no foul play, just that the waters came up and then people got stuck there because of the rate of the water, or does it look like someone or something killed them?
I mean, their clothes, whatever's left of it, it's a long time ago. I mean, it seems like it was several years ago. You can't really see whether there's evidence. You don't see any weapons floating around, obviously. It just looks like a collection of people pressed up against the door.
Okay.
That's grim. I say, well, you have to wonder why the survivors upstairs didn't just jump into the water to get out. Maybe that's something we shouldn't do either. Jump into the water.
Well,
Can you roll
the
a wisdom?
note.
Huh, sorry?
You want to roll wisdom?
If you want me to, not the wisest. 14.
I mean, the water is still moving pretty fast right now.
Oh, so
I
if we
mean-
jump in the water, we get washed away. Right?
Don't know. I mean, that you wouldn't jump into necessarily a river with a strong current.
Okay.
That might be something.
You can try.
Though in fairness, you would, in preference to being
Starving to
eaten
death.
by one of your friends,
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
Okay.
So,
What went on here?
interesting.
And what's in the
Well, we
water?
should maybe we
If
should,
they knew something was in the water, they wouldn't jump in.
I would think that this this sound of someone crying is probably not a friend or an ally.
Well, shall we try investigating the rest of the village?
Yes, let us do that.
Okay, which way do you want to go?
Logically, the easiest one is the house just below, is it?
Yeah, you can make a bit of a jump.
Is that the easiest one, or is there an easier one?
So I'm gonna you can jump onto whatever this thing is here. I think it's a rock.
It's
You
just like
can
the
jump
floor is
onto this.
lava.
Yeah, it's closer to the tower than it appears. It's not like those rear view mirrors.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's hop over to it because it looks like there's this boxing ring at the bottom. Obviously, it's
Boxing
not.
ring.
It looks much more colorful than the rest.
Okay.
So, I mean, let's hop over to this closest house first, lah.
This one?
Yeah, I asked
Okay.
the rest of the party. This seems like the closest one. If we go over to that one, maybe we can access the rest.
All
Okay.
right.
Let's just not stay in this town.
So is everybody doing that?
Yeah.
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 Are you staying on the roof or because essentially what you have is maybe like 25 feet of roof space. So what you can do is what people can do is they can either squeeze or like one of
It
you
just
can
barely fits us, all 5 of us, right?
Mm.
yeah.
Okay.
I tell you what. Perhaps I can jump over, see if there's anything to be seen within that house. If not, I will jump over to the next one.
Sounds great.
Scouting ahead.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
do that.
So I will
Sue's gonna
start.
take the lead.
So people are still in the tower.
Oh no, I've jumped over to the next one.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
center
we've all moved to the next house.
the next house. Okay, so you've all moved to the next house. Okay, so there's a little window like apparent here. Does anybody want to look in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's looking in?
Wait, is it dark inside? I will look in first, see if it's dark inside.
No,
If
I
it
mean
is,
there's
it's not.
a bit of light coming from the other windows.
Sure.
Yeah.
What do I see?
You see what looks like very much. Where were you from, Sue?
I was from the village where Min comes from, so that's
Okay.
how we know each other.
Right. It doesn't look too dissimilar. It looks like a house. A lot of the village furniture is similar to the ones that you would find in your village. They are not well to do by any means. You know, there's like rattan chairs, there's bamboo furniture, and in a wooden rocking chair is the skeleton of a mother cradling her skeleton child. It's not moving. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That's what you see. You don't see any movement.
Is that the source of the crying?
You're on the roof.
Oh, I'm not there. Yeah, that's why I'm on the roof.
Okay.
Yeah, do I hear any crying?
At this point, maybe everybody roll perception.
What about those who have already succeeded on the crime roll?
26, 26.
Hang on, I have
17.
Han.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You all hear the
22,
crying.
yeah.
It's not coming from the skeleton's head.
Is there a direction that it is coming from? I mean, we roll pretty well, right?
Yeah. So who rolled the highest?
I got 26.
Sheena than me. Yeah.
Okay. So you can't tell, Sheena,
Yes.
if the crying is coming from here
Mm-hmm.
or if it's coming from here.
Okay. The crying seems to be coming either from there or there, but I can't be certain.
Sorry, what's here or here?
I'm just gonna move my little cursor.
Oh yeah.
Or here.
So the green roof building, or
The two bigger buildings, basically.
The one on
Got
the
it.
island.
Right,
basically.
got it.
Well, perhaps we should see the one that is submerged first. And if it is not from there, then we will go on to the one on land.
Right.
So we go do some roof hopping.
Yep.
You don't have a direct roof hop to the semi-submerged building, but you can get
To the
to here and here.
Yeah. So we go via the big bird tree.
Yes.
I think we'll all go.
So wait, who's going onto this roof?
Uncle
I mean,
first?
we're gonna go in turn.
Everybody's
yeah.
gonna go in turn. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one, it's a bit bigger house. It's a bit of a bigger house. So you have about 35 feet of roof space.
Okay.
So everybody can fit on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And also like the windows are above, if you want to look in them.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take a peek.
Okay. So as you look inside, you see. So this is a bit of a taller house. It looks a bit more well-to-do. Like some of the pillars, they've got carvings on them. Some of the furniture looks better made. It looks like teak. There seems, even though it's rotted, you can see that some of the surfaces they are inlaid with like enamel designs. Even though a lot of the furniture is floating in the water right now, and then you notice that the water seems to be coalescing into a humanoid
Wow.
shape. No initiative, please, everyone.
Okay, now I rolled not so good.
Let's just not look inside. At this rate.
Wait, hold on. +3? Yes, +3, so that's 12.
Oh my goodness, I'm rolling worse and worse.
You guys something decent.
I did not roll the same as you, Hans.
Finally. Who's first? Hengta is first. Hengta rolled a 15.
Seriously?
Oh, sorry. Hengta versus Amar.
Amar's
Both of you.
Mine's +3.
Yeah.
Okay,
Amar's
Amar first.
I will firebolt.
It's in the house. You would have
Oh,
to climb
I
down.
can't see it.
Yeah, you can't. You don't have line of sight of it now, but you do hear a scream from Sue. What do you scream, Sue?
It's another one of those water creatures!
Okay.
Can I come up to be able to look through the window?
Let me see. There. So you're on the roof. So there will be another window on the other side. You can look through that one.
Cool. I'll look through that window and I'll firebolt.
Okay. Roll to attack.
I rolled 26.
Okay. Do your damage. This is what you see. While you are doing your damage, let me roll for what you see. Its watery robes seem to be similar to the King's Rangers, the ones that you saw in the tower. And this is as you attack it. This is. Does anybody speak Orc?
Me, I speak Orc.
Okay, so Sue, you see it anyway, right? So it's coming towards you and it's saying,
You will go the same way that I did. Don't we all come and interrupt his rest?
It says we'll go the same way it did, and we're interrupting someone's rest. Who is that someone? I call out to the Orc.
sorry, it's not rest, vigil.
Vigil! Someone's vigil!
Many
Who is
Chinese
Vigil?
words.
Why
I
are
don't
we
know anyone
disturbing
called
Vigil?
Can we not disturb Visual?
Mean,
So what was the damage? Ramji?
8.
Okay. Sorry. And that's that. It's not its turn yet. Who's going next?
Not me.
Hengda,
Hanta.
Tries to see if he can jump into the gap to get in and strike it. Would it be possible without killing Sue along the way?
Ah!
I mean, yeah. So Amar's just peeking in through the window, right? So you can go
Yeah,
in
and
through.
I would move back after I firebolted.
Okay, so you can try going in through that window. For some reason, it's just in the adventure, everything's very climbable, so just go for it, don't worry.
Okay.
A car!
So you're going in, right?
Yes.
As you go in, you see another watery shape rise.
I shout, there's 2 of them down here! I'm committed!
It rises right next to you, so you cannot move. I mean, you can move lah. If you want, then you take AO lor. Then
I strike it lah. I strike the one that's already been struck.
try the one that's already been struck. Okay, what do you
Kill
do?
it, kill it. Dead.
Swing my blade in a wide arc.
Who's got the wand now, by the way?
An?
I'm guessing me.
Okay,
Jan has it.
9 to hit, I guess I miss.
you miss.
Frantically waving my sword. There's 2 of them here! 2!
So what you do is that you get a good look at the one next to you. It looks elven.
I speak Elvish.
Thank you very much.
So essentially, it says,
Who dares disturb its vigil?
Who is Vigil? Why got Vigil? Who's sleeping? Who's he watching?
okay, and then as you do that, essentially it turns around to glare at you with empty. I mean, it's watery eyes, so you cannot see any pupils. So it just gives you an empty stare, and it gives you a big smile. Okay. So who's next?
Me.
Okay,
Okay. Wait, is Hengda inside with the
Hangda
guy?
is in the house.
Oh lord. Is there enough space for me to be inside and not be next to one of them?
Yeah. I mean, it's like essentially there's 30 feet of space in there because the roof is 35 feet. So
Okay.
you can go in.
Okay, cool. I will enter and then I'll attempt to shoot the one that's been shot
Okay.
a few times.
Go for it.
No! This is terrible. 12 I missed, I think.
Hang on. Let me check.
12.
12.
Oh no, you hit.
Hey!
Oh, yay!
Hey! I'm
Okay.
missing. Wait, how much do I hit for? I do 1d8. Hold on. Where are my d8s at? Where are my d8s at? There we go. I do 6 plus 3, 9. 9 points of
Yeah,
damage.
it's dead.
Yay!
Oh,
So-
yay!
So your arrow smashes into it, disrupts its form, and as its face cleaves apart, it does like a little like musical fountain, and then like it dissolves into the rest of the submerged second floor. Okay. Do you do any movement? Anything else?
No, I stay where I am, away from the others if possible.
Okay. Who's going next?
Next
Me.
is
Oh, hang on.
Han.
No. It's the one that just popped up next
Oh.
to
to
Hong Da.
Hengda.
It's gonna attack Hong Da.
Uh,
So this one is. I hope you have high HP. Okay.
I've taken damage earlier. Good luck to me. He could miss.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, she missed.
So, okay, it's going to try
Get a
something
new
else.
friend.
I'm try something else. What's your AC?
16.
It misses.
Yes!
It moves into your square, tries to drown you.
Chibai.
DC 11.
Con, right?
Yeah.
Walao eh! I
Have fun.
failed!
Okay.
My con is +5, okay? I rolled 4.
Okay.
Walao eh!
Never mind, don't worry. Let me roll my d8.
Damn it, I need new d20s.
Okay.
What are the dragon pets?
2. You're still alive, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's not so bad.
So your lungs fill up with water with a familiar sickening taste of rotting flesh. But
Its name
this time
is
you're
Bob.
accustomed, you're like, this time you're like, if I go underwater, I breathe with my nose first, I turn my face one side, I turn my face the other side, so you don't take as much water in. Okay, so that's the creature's turn. Who's going next?
Me.
Okay.
Being outside.
I'm wondering if I need to go down at all or like I
It's in
should
the
just
house.
I should just chill at the roof, like waiting for people to go.
Contribute, damn it! Share the pain!
The window, still through the window now, so that window is clear if you're trying to do anything line of sight.
One of Frost is a custom item, is it? Because
Nope.
I can't find it.
No need. You try lah. No need. No need. I tell you lah.
No need to attune.
Don't need to attune.
No, as in I can't find the item.
Okay, I'll give you the stats.
It's fine. I think I will just use. I will go inside, I guess.
Okay, and then it's a 30-foot house. I didn't map this one out.
Yeah, that's fine. So I went inside, look at the situation, then like, okay, I will do something later.
Okay.
It's too far from me, right?
No, it's not.
Just climb down.
You,
Oh, I can walk. I can walk over there. My movement is 30 feet.
Yeah, just climb in.
you can climb down, and then because it's a 30-foot house, so I'm gonna say it's 6 squares in total. So no, I think you'll be okay. You can reach it if you want to melee, or if you wanna.
Okay, then I melee it. I don't really
Okay.
want to waste my crossbow bolt.
This one isn't taking any damage here, right?
The second one, no.
Okay,
Nah.
yeah.
Let me roll. 18.
Yep.
And damage is 5.
Okay. Yep. It looks hurt. It looks at you. It screams in its language.
You will not disturb his vigil, father.
And that's it.
I will say back in Abyssal, I don't know what you're saying, but sure.
It looks at you with its blank eyes. Like it's like blink, 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 blink. No idea what you're saying either. Okay, who's going next?
Should be me, I think. Okay, how far am I away from it? I didn't go through the window.
Do you need line of sight? It's in the house.
So
Unless you can infer where it is and stab through the roof, then you would be unable to.
if I want to just kind of shoot a longbow through the window at it, can I?
Do you know where it is? You can roll perception.
As in, I would climb down enough to be able to look through the window.
Oh,
Because you're on
okay.
the roof, right?
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
sure. Make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Because it seems that you're trying to like, if you want to stay on the roof, and you want to shoot through the
I
window,
would climb down to the roof and then shoot from the window ledge.
you'll perch on the window ledge. Make
Yeah.
a dex saving throw anyway. It's easier.
Okay. 8 plus 3, 11.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, phew. Okay, so I will use my longbow and shoot at it.
Okay. Which window are you going through? Are you going to the one that's facing you guys in the picture, or the other one?
I guess the one that I saw most people go through.
Okay. Yeah, then you are at range, so you're not at disadvantage. Okay, so go for it.
Okay. 9.
Nope, nothing happens.
Oh shit.
The arrow goes clean through its watery body. It's in the same square as Hengda.
Oh!
Oh no!
Dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Shit.
it
It's
inhabited the
alright.
same square as
It
Hangta.
happens.
Oh no.
10.
Yeah, you're okay lah.
Oh, thank god.
Okay.
Why are we rolling so badly?
All right, who's next?
I think we've come a circle.
So it's Amal again.
New round, I think. When
Is it back to
does
me,
the
or is
guy
it-
move?
Yeah.
After Amma and after Hangta. And Han.
So Amar will peek around again and see whether. So there's just the one that's fighting.
Yeah.
Hangda now. Okay, I'll firebolt it again. I rolled 12.
Yep. Do your damage while Hangta does a dex saving throw.
So I'm not aiming for him, but is it
Oh,
literally?
no, I rolled
covering
19.
me?
I'll be fine. I rolled 19.
Because
Okay.
So-
it's inhabiting the same square as him, so as to drown him. So essentially, it takes
Oh, I
his
see.
body.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's like literally physically there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's another 5 points of damage then.
Okay. It's dead.
Yay!
Yay! All
Oh,
right.
thank goodness.
Okay, no more looking through windows. Get out.
Let's check the place quickly before they reform.
Yeah, what do we see on that floor?
Okay, everything is submerged. There is a chest of drawers that seems very much waterlogged, so it's very hard to open. So one of you can try to open it if you want.
I'll try. I'm strong.
Okay.
Oh man,
If there are 3 drawers, which one do you want to open?
would you say you're strong as a horse?
The easiest looking one to open. Top one, I guess.
Okay, you try the top one.
Try now.
Roll strength.
Strong as a horse. Haha. 20.
Net 20.
No, it's dirty.
You yank it, and drawer goes flying, whoo, like out and slams against the opposite wall, and it slides down, dispersing its contents along the way. So some of its contents are now floating on the semi-submerged water.
Okay.
What you see is incense paper,
Okay.
and also let me see what else. Incense paper and long candles.
Okay. So,
Do you want to take them?
I guess why not? Then I think we have to get out of there before they reform. So yeah, I start GTFOing.
Okay, there's still 2 more drawers.
What do you think, guys? Should we open the other drawers?
Let me roll.
I just want to get out.
I will cover you.
Okay,
I
fine,
draw my
I-
bow and be prepared to shoot any hostile water creature.
Okay, I
Horse-
pull open the
horse-style.
second drawer.
Okay.
Hostile water
Strength
creature.
check. 21 on strength.
Okay, again it
You'd think I'd be more careful this time.
it flies out. It was not as waterlogged as you thought. It flies out against the opposite wall. I'm gonna say it lands somewhere near Han. Do a dexterity saving throw.
Why?
You're about to get
Hangta threw a
drawered.
drawer at you.
Okay. Not a spell or magical effect, right?
No.
5.
The draw. Take 1d4 of damage. Roll
Ow.
1d4.
I roll it.
Drawer
Wow.
slams into Han. What is it?
I take a 4 damage. Yay.
Holy
The
shit!
Such a good
entire
roll.
drawer slams into Han's head.
I'm
I
sorry.
have such a good roll.
But
I'm sorry,
as it
Han.
does, the contents of the drawer fall out. There is a red potion in a sealed gourd. Okay, you don't know there's a. Damn it! Fine. There is tinges of red around the mouth of the gourd. It's a red potion.
Mm.
Oh, maybe that was the red. Yeah.
Do you want to open the third drawer?
Yeah, why not? Because Sheena's covering me, right?
Well, everybody's gone, is it?
No, I'm there. I'm covering him.
Except for Hugh and Han, who's just been hit by a drawer.
Ow!
I'm peeking through the window, keeping an eye out.
I'm
Okay.
still on the window ledge as well.
Yeah, sure. Open the drawer.
I open it. 11 on the strength check.
The drawer is completely waterlogged. A shape starts to form.
Let's get out.
Yeah, you can if you want.
Let's get out.
I'm gonna say in what's the shape roughly look like?
You don't know yet. It's in the drawer. So once it gets out of the drawer, like it will take a while.
As they move out the way, I'm just gonna firebolt the drawer.
Okay, yeah, roll your damage.
Mini Gopnik.
Gopnik, yeah.
23 to hit. That's 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Okay. It shrieks. It slurps its way out of the drawer. Okay. I'm just going to take your initiative passes from the last one.
Sure.
So what are people going to do?
I will shoot it, I guess. Wait, no, not me yet, right?
Amar goes first.
Yeah, Ama. Then after that, it's
That's me.
Peng Da.
So yeah, you're quite close to it. What do you want to do?
Them two fucking slash it.
Slash it,
Slash it.
slash it.
Maybe I'll hit some. Oh no, I rolled natural one. I've hit nothing.
What were you trying to hit it with?
My blade.
Your blade falls out of your hand
Uh-huh.
and into the semi-submerged floor.
Oh no!
Yeah, you can look for it if you want later, but you have to do it on your next turn.
I guess I'm done, folks.
Okay, who's next? Han.
Is it me? Okay.
Yep. No, it's me. It's me.
Yeah, it's not
Unless
me,
it's
right?
the bad guy first.
Nope.
It's you.
Yeah,
Sue was
see
covering
you
me.
first.
Yes.
Sue was covering
I'm
me.
like the world's worst covering. I rolled 16 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, we are doing 6 points of damage.
It sloshes back into the drawer without
Yeah.
having emerged.
Peng Da picks up his sword, thinks about it, then okay, fine, let's open the damn drawer since we're here. 23. Ah.
You throw it, I guess. Throw it in the same direction. I mean, it makes sense that
No, I think Hans knows to get out of the way this time.
Han do a dex saving throw.
I'm pretty sure
Why?
Hans has gotten out of the way.
Why?
It hasn't been his turn yet.
Net 20.
Ah.
Okay.
See, I saw it coming.
Okay, Han manages to evade the flying drawer. And he. But okay, what do you guys do? You're out of initiative? What do you want to do?
And pick up my sword and get out.
Okay, so you get back on the roof?
Was there any
Yeah.
I jump right back on the roof.
drawer?
Oh, no, there was nothing in the drawer.
Okay. It was just a creature, is it?
Yeah.
Much ado about nothing.
Okay.
Let's
We
get
get out.
onto the dinosaur island.
I would like to point out that at the moment Han is holding on to all your magical items.
So did I get the red potion or something?
You have the red potion, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. That fell on your head. I don't know. You could leave it in there if you want.
I was like, ugh, but it might be good. So hey.
Okay.
You are the
So there you
artificer.
go. So you're back on the roof, I imagine. So do you want to continue? Which way do you want to go?
Dinosaur island.
Yeah.
Dinosaur Island. Okay. You can cross. Cross. Okay. I think it's about 20 feet across. So you guys get to this building without much ado. This is what greets you.
Oh.
What
Hello.
you see is that you see wooden signages, 8 of them, on the walls of this building, bearing different surnames.
Oh.
So the surnames that you see are. Sorry, guys.
All of our surnames in
Guan,
my life.
Zhong, Ma, Wang, Liu, Chu, Shao, and Cheng. Don't worry too much about it. But
Oh,
anyway, there
that's
are
a lot.
essentially 8 placards bearing surnames. It seems to be an ancestral hall. There are wooden sculptures, if you peek inside the window, that are inside the hall that seem to be what you would imagine. Actually, Ramji, can you roll for history on this?
I rolled pretty good. I rolled 16 plus 5, I think.
21.
So it's either 20 or 21.
Okay, so sure. Wooden sculptures of the progenitors of these surname lineages line the walls of the hall. And inside, as you look through the open door, it also features a stage that you know would have hosted village festivals. And this stage area would be would be a place of honor, would be a place that they honor the deities, the deified ancestors, and has very strong spiritual energy traditionally. Strangely, the scent of incense dominates the rotten mulberry smell throughout the village here. So this
So you
is
can't smell the mulberry here.
you can detect very faint undertones of it, but what you smell is incense. But you do not see any smoke coming out of this. You suspect it might be like the sort of like spiritual scent that you noticed before.
Does this also therefore seem like a safer area?
It's anybody's guess. But
I mean,
there is a sense of, there's a feeling of slight sanctity to this area.
So,
You don't know whether it's been
Amar looks around and
corrupted.
says, "Hooah! There is a scent of sanctity here."
Yes, you don't know whether it's been corrupted, but these places are generally sanctified.
Uh,
Do you go in?
but I can still smell incense. Is somebody maintaining this shrine?
I don't smell any mulberry.
Maybe the person who is crying?
Oh, fair point.
Ooh, has the crying gotten louder? Oh.
It has gotten louder.
Ah,
Oh,
It's not. It doesn't seem to be immediately around you, but it has gotten louder.
Ugh, crying so creepy.
maybe you could go in respectfully and take a look. It's an ancestral hall after all.
I'll take my shoes off.
So your AC drops too. There's a Lego on the
Okay,
floor.
I just want to point out to everybody, right, that everyone says I'm a harsh DM. I'm not. Like, Joe's winning this right now. By a long way. Oh, 100%.
Okay. Huh.
Roll a natural one, drop your sword. Wow.
Okay. So does everybody go in?
yeah.
I'm going, yeah.
Okay. Time for new map.
Da-da-da.
Ooh.
La, la, la.
At least she didn't say roll initiative.
Well,
It's coming.
in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. This.
I'll make
No,
it bigger.
wrong. Don't look.
Not looking, not looking.
Anyway, you don't know what this means. So.
Without context, it's fine because
Yeah.
there's no details, so it's
Okay. So you would have to go. I imagine you're going through a door and you don't try to break any of the windows.
Oh, okay.
Right, so this is the door. So the 8 little ovals that you see are the statues, each of them dedicated to one of the ancestors of the names
okay.
that I gave you just now, who you imagine, like Amar explains to you, would be the people who found
Bad
the-
vibes. Bad vibes.
I don't know. I mean, this is not DM prescribed bad vibes. You can have them if you want. But so okay. So this is what you see. You see the 8
Self-prescribed.
statues. The blue lines are windows
Okay.
peeking out. There is the stage here. As you go inside, is everybody inside? Can you tell me where your position is?
Is the floor wet?
The floor is not wet.
Okay, that's good.
Hang on.
Is the stage wet?
Okay, roll perception. Who is inspecting? Wait,
Amar,
let me know
okay.
your positions first, and then we'll.
I will come in last, so I'm guessing I will be.
Let me know the name of the
middle.
squares that you guys want to be in.
I will be in B2.
Okay.
I'll be in B2 as well.
Ramji, you be
If I can.
squeezing,
I'll
huh?
both be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Why not you squeezing?
Okay, then B3. It looks like a big
She's
square.
scared. She wants to
I
squeeze.
am scared. But
Can I-
okay, B3.
Can I be
This
in
is most
C1,
improper.
please?
Joe, I think that's A. You put me on. I meant B. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, I never.
It's okay.
I never
Good.
learned the
Aiyo,
alphabet.
lemon.
Okay. You want to be in
Rocking.
B2, yeah? Okay.
B2 for me, yeah.
I mean
Okay.
B3.
B3, okay.
I would like to be in C1.
Sorry, stupid thing.
Because you want to
C1,
see
okay.
Green to C2, please.
That's what I did this for. Very good. Okay.
I'm going to be C3 then.
Okay.
Is there some?
Or I can write. Nah, never mind.
Okay. So I would imagine the people closest to the stage will be inspecting it then. Right?
Sure.
I am in full alert, holding my bow and just keeping watch for any more creatures that might appear.
Okay, what are you looking around for? As in which area are you looking around?
From my point, I'm just looking to the rest of the room.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
scan.
She's in the center of the room, right?
No, I'm at C1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
C1. Okay, you're close to one of the statues.
Mm.
You can roll perception if you like.
All right, I will do
And the
so
people
for
closest to the stage can
16.
check the stage.
16.
Can I
okay.
investigate the stage?
The stage. Okay, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom.
Roll your. You can't invest. Roll perception first. Roll perception first.
This is for Han, I believe.
Yeah. for
Prism.
Han.
14.
Okay. The stage is not wet. There are areas on the left and right that are slightly in shadow. You can't really see them. You imagine that's where people who are performing would store things, but you can't really see them because they're not. Yeah, this one is slightly illuminated. So you see that it is a bit. Do you have dark vision, Han?
Yes, 60
That's
feet.
what I do.
Yeah, then yeah, it's fine. So on the left side you see an altar, and on the right side you see a chest. Sheena, before I resolve your perception roll,
Mm.
I need everybody not to roll initiative yet. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah.
I need everybody to roll wisdom.
Oh,
Saving?
Saving.
Wisdom saving.
Wisdom
Oh god, are you
saving.
serious?
15.
15 for me as well.
Okay.
4.
6.
10.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, 1 second.
You're so close to the camera, you're like huge. And it's very apt.
Giant DM.
Yeah. It's like you have power.
One second, sorry. I'm just checking the save on
Looming
this.
over us.
Okay. Okay, the people who rolled below 15, roll
Ay.
a d6.
No.
4.
5.
4.
Okay. Han and Heng Da, the crying suddenly seems very, very loud.
Oh, God.
Very, very loud, almost inside your bodies. And without quite knowing what's happening, you start to cry as well. You start to cry, you cannot move. But what you do hear is suddenly as if from another life. You hear the sound of raging water.
Oh.
It's raging and it goes and it gets closer and closer and closer, and you feel it slam into you and slowly fill your lungs. And you reach your hands out and you claw and you try to reach above the water, but it covers your nose, your eyes, you feel it reach above your head. The water has slammed into the river as the sun is rising through the windows. And then suddenly, it's gone. The vision that you saw is gone. But you are in a state of shock. You are crying and weeping nonstop.
Oh god.
Lisa, you rolled a 5, is it?
Yeah.
This is the second time you have felt this today. But this is preceded with, once again, the sound of weeping. The weeping and a voice saying, "Why did you abandon us? Please save us." And you suddenly feel the sensation of drowning as it fills your lungs, it fills your nasal passages, your throat. And it's as if you are surrounded by water raging around you, and your body is being repeatedly slammed, as if by things caught in a flood, slamming against your body, and then you black out. Except you don't. The vision is gone. And you are also reduced to a state of tears, crying on your hands and knees. The rest of you, you are fine, but the crying has gotten louder.
Yeah, because it's Han and Heng Da crying. That's why it's gotten loud.
And also,
And me.
yeah, and also,
And also Min.
so this
Oh
is
dear god.
Who's the green dot again?
the green dot is Ed, because of course it's Ed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hengda, what's the matter? Why are you crying?
Drowning. So much water. Drowning.
What?
Drowning.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Something. I suddenly felt like I was drowning. The waters was rising.
As that's happening, as he's saying that to you, Xiu, you look at the statue on your left.
Oh god, don't tell me the statue is crying.
It's crying.
Oh no!
That is not just crying. Water seems to be seeping out not just of its eyes, its ears, its neck. It's becoming slowly more and more waterlogged.
Oh shit! Fuck. Can I move out? Like, can I move to well, I guess where D3 would be, just beyond the doors.
Jump out the window.
You can.
Okay, yeah, I would like to do so, please.
Okay.
The statues! They're turning into the water creatures!
Why am I doing this? I can just do this.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, the three. It's
Oh, okay.
D3, yes. So I can still see the thing, but
So the statues are turning into the water creatures?
or rather the one in C1.
That's what Stu just shouted.
Yes.
Oh god, it's so creepy. Okay, wait, the people who are like crying, are we able to
You can't do
process?
anything for one turn.
Okay.
Oh no.
Wait,
Okay,
so
so the only
So
other person
actually,
who can act
everybody,
is
you know
Amar.
what? Roll initiative.
yeah, I was like, are we in
Wait,
it?
Amar gets an action.
Huh?
Amar gets an
I get
action.
to go, right?
Oh no.
Arman gets an action. Yes. So the people who are not deprived from action
Yeah,
have their
Amar.
action.
Amar gets an action.
So
So-
Aman and Sheena get an action, but can all of you
Roll in it.
roll initiative anyway?
Okay.
Okay, so I will firebolt the one that Sheena says.
Roll your
Is,
initiative!
Oh wait, sorry, I thought I got an action before initiative. Okay, that's what I was
No,
thinking.
sorry.
Oh, I thought because Sheena got to.
No, sorry, I took it back. I'm wrong.
Okay.
My first time, don't be like that.
Oh, sorry. I tried to be nice.
Dun, 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 ticka-da, 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 ticka-da. Dun, dun,
Oh,
dun,
Heng Ta and Min roll 15.
Okay.
dun. I'm
So,
at 8.
how do you
Min is the
tell?
rogue, so Min goes first.
What's your plus on the initiative?
But those
It's
people who
me,
are
it's
crying,
me.
you lose
I'm
one
plus
turn.
one only.
Yeah. So it's basically me and Ama for the first round.
Yep.
I am going to take my
No, so I'm 17. But
Okay.
yeah, sorry, you mean
Yeah.
yeah.
So Ama goes first.
Nope, he does not. What is your
Oh, no.
dex? What is your dex, Amar?
3.
Oh, you go first.
How do you keep tying with everybody? Like
Crazy.
we have
Never
rolled
happened
so
before,
many
right?
times.
No, it's not. Okay, so but it is me first, right? So in which case I will the one that Sheena pointed out and said it's turning into a thing. Is it actually? Can I see the
It's
creature coming out? of the
essentially
statue?
expelling water from the statue's orifices, the eyes, the ears.
And it looks like the water.
It looks like it might be forming into a shape.
Cool. I'm just gonna blast the statue.
Okay, roll your attack.
It's a 14.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. D10 gone. How there it is. 4 points of damage.
Okay. Now it forms and it's going to move to the closest creature, which is
Please, not
Sue.
me.
So I'm gonna roll this attack first. Yeah, Sue, what's your AC?
Me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. Mine is 14. 14.
Okay, hang on, but I also roll at disadvantage because I'm in the same square as you. No, I still pass. Okay, so you take 4 force damage.
Okay.
Okay, and now it's gonna try and drown you.
Now.
DC 11.
Sorry?
DC 11. But by the way, this is
Con, right?
yes. This is what you see.
Ah.
You see a dragonborn. This
Okay. I
it's
do not
clad
speak.
in clad in simple peasant attire. Anybody speak Draconic?
I do.
Okay, Han, from your crying position on the floor, you can hear it. You can hear it saying, I mean, you know what I was gonna say lah.
You will not leave this place. Since you have disrupted its vigil, you will go the way I do.
Yeah.
Visited
You
this
pass,
town
you?
of. I passed. I got 17. on my
Okay.
save.
No.
So all you do is you take the 4 bludgeoning damage. Okay, it's still in the same square as you though. Okay, who is going next?
Next is Amar, I believe.
Oh, it's you, right? Actually, it's you. You weren't crying.
No, I'm not, but I rolled 8. So, wait, no. Amar went first, then the guy.
I
did.
went.
Okay,
I firebolted one
Yeah.
one of the statues.
Alright.
Then you went. Now it's the top of initiative, so it's back to
Cool.
Han.
Hans actually.
Wait, I haven't
no.
gone yet.
Yeah.
Oh, so you
Sue
didn't
hasn't
go.
gone
Pardon
yet.
me.
Sorry, I
Alright.
just got attacked, that's all. So, I'm going to use my action to disengage, and then I'm going to move out to D3.
Okay. As you
Don't hit
move,
me.
you can see that this statue starts to cry.
Ah!
I call out, wait, red is Min, right? The statue in front of Min is turning too!
Okay, so you're gonna go to D3.
Yay.
Okay. Everybody wakes up.
Uh,
Okay, so who wants to do what?
initiative order?
Yep.
So Han first.
Are these statues becoming water or still statues?
So the one at C1 has formed.
Uh-huh.
The other one is forming. This one at A3 is forming.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my crossbow. No, I will get disadvantage if I use crossbow. I will walk to A4.
Okay,
No, actually, you know what? I'm going up the stage.
sure.
I'm going to
Where?
destroy the altar, which is the one on the left, right?
Oh no, my god.
Sure.
You take big risks.
I know.
You're gonna be cursed for life.
Go big or go home.
You're gonna be cursed after death.
I'm going to use my dagger to just keep stabbing on the altar until like it's basically either scratched /
This is
destroyed.
what you see as you get there. It's an altar, just a simple altar. It doesn't seem to be any of the deities. It seems to be to like the local, what do you call the kitchen god?
地主公.
A 地主公. So it doesn't seem to be any of the ancestors on the stage. It seems you infer that. What's it? Roll the wisdom. Oh, sorry. Roll history or arcana, up to you.
14.
Okay, you infer that this might be the deity that the performers would pray to before they perform. And in front of it, roll perception.
12.
There seems to be an offering in front of it. It is a gourd. The top of the gourd is stained with red liquid. It looks similar to the one that hit you in the head just now.
Okay.
Do you want to smash it up?
Yes.
Okay. Roll your damage. Roll your attack.
I feel like anything we do
I rolled
is
22.
Yep. The altar and the bottle smash to tiny pieces. The red liquid seeps out onto the floor. The creature here, who is, by the way, a goblin, seems a goblin, also clad in peasant wear, looks at you and says, "Do you speak goblin?"
I do.
Not me. I don't.
Okay, I don't know whether okay. I'm gonna say Sue can heal from here, from there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, like,
You will die the way we were killed for disrupting the vigil.
and nothing happens.
Oh. You disrupted the vigil. Ha ha.
Okay. So whose turn is it now?
Mine. So Hans, you went over to the thing and you scratched your dagger on the.
He smashed the altar up.
I mess up everything that's on the left of the stage, basically.
Okay. And is there another altar on the right of the stage?
It's a
It's
chest.
a chest.
Okay. I will look again at the other one that's sort of the one that I shot a second ago, and I will attempt to. I don't really have that much in the way of options. I guess I can. Yeah, probably need to keep that safe. So yeah, I'll just use another firebolt again.
Go for it.
Yes. It's a 19 on the dice,
Yep.
so 26 to hit,
Damage.
and it'll do a d10. Does 9 points of damage.
It's
I'm
dead.
Just hit every.
Oh,
I'm aiming
thank
for the
God.
statue.
Every-
Oh, you're
I'm
aiming for the statue.
Or in both cases, the statue.
In both cases, the statue. So, okay, it's formed just outside of the statue. So, do you want
Sure.
to aim for the statue or for the?
So I when I shot the first one, which was a surprise, I kind of wanted to destroy the statue because I figured
yes,
that there
the
was
statue
a-
is destroyed.
Okay, cool.
But the creature's still there. So, do you want to aim for the creature or the statue?
I mean, if the statue is destroyed, then I
Yeah.
would
So now
aim
this
for
is
the
also
creature.
destroyed. Okay.
Like, can I get like? I guess because earlier on you said that it was like a covering air. If I'm shooting the creature, do I get the statue too?
Yes.
Cool.
Fair.
So
fair.
Yes. You
I was
do.
9 points of damage to whoever. I lost track.
Yes. The statue is destroyed. Poor old Cheng family ancestor
Oh.
has now been obliterated.
Ayo.
At least,
Zhuangjia.
at least in
Goodbye,
the
庄家. heritage.
heritage of this village. Okay, who's going next? 庄家. 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 庄家.
I think maybe me.
Min.
Okay, Min, what do you do?
Am I close to the creature?
Yeah, it's a purple. It's a purple dot in front of you. You are red.
Okay, I do the same thing with my dagger. I try to slice his head off.
Okay, roll attack.
9 plus 3.
12.
Hits.
Nice.
Ah, thank God.
Damage.
Damage is 2.
Okay. So it turns its eyes towards you, and it bares its teeth.
You will go the way that we did.
Do I understand?
No, you don't. You don't speak
Okay.
Goblin, right? So it's very small though. So like essentially like spits on your like torso.
Oh, ew.
Why do you always gonna?
Yeah, in every game.
Okay. What else?
Huntat draws his blade and says, "Alright, I think the only way to keep this from happening is to just smash everything, I suppose, since you're smashing altars too and statues, so I go for the same one that Min attacked.
Where do you want to position yourself?
From where I am, can I just go for it? Because it's an A3, right?
It's an A3. Yeah. What are you using?
A great sword.
You can. I don't think you can reach it. It's 5. It's 10 feet away.
I mean, if you want to move me to A4, I don't mind.
Okay.
Because I'm in B4. Yeah, I should be able to hit it. Right? If each square is 5 feet.
No, that's. Oh, that is. Sorry, I moved the wrong thing just now. That was Han.
Sorry.
Sorry. So you're now here.
Okay. So now I run up to the stage, yes, and attack it from there, from
Okay.
B4.
From B4. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you can
Okay.
change me and Hans.
Okay.
around.
Roll your
Okay.
attack.
Yep. Maybe I'll hit. Come on.
You can do it.
I roll a natural one.
Ah no.
Good job.
Oh my god.
How many
my
ones have you
God.
rolled? You rolled like
Two.
Lisa.
Good job.
Welcome to my life.
You drop your sword.
I dropped my sword.
Again, clang.
Thank God this doesn't
off
happen in
stage,
the other
so you have to step
campaign.
off stage to pick it up.
When your hands are hooves.
Okay.
It could be. It's
Oh, no, and we have all
Oh,
disappeared.
everybody disappeared.
It's because of the one.
Yeah, I roll a 1 and then.
Oh, yeah,
we
you're
all
back again.
Disappeared. I'm done.
What was
For my
your
next
number? What was your initiative roll?
It was 15.
15.
Okay, who's next?
Sue at 8.
Nope, it's the creature.
No, it's the creature.
So it is going to attack you. No lah. Okay,
Ed, you got advantage.
I attack the red one. Yeah, I attack the red one.
Seven just
me?
gave you advantage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ed, you got
thanks.
advantage on your next roll.
Oh.
no.
Okay, so I attack.
Thanks, 70 XP.
Okay, attacking the red one, who is Lisa.
No.
What is your AC?
12.
Yeah, hits.
Oh,
No.
Okay. So yep. I'm gonna roll to your damage.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
3 damage. Are you still standing? Yeah, you're still standing.
Yes, I am.
Okay, it now is gonna move into your square. It's gonna try and drown you.
Oh God.
Roll your
Getting
con
old.
save. Roll your con save.
Roll your con 11. Save. Roll it.
You can do it.
Roll your con 11. Save.
Oh. 19.
Yep,
Yay.
you're fine.
Hey.
So you feel the noxious a vapor fill your lungs and your throat, but you manage to somehow suppress it. I don't know. You've got.
I've had practice. This has happened too many times
practice
today.
with bulimia, and then you just go like, "Bleh," and then everything, it's fine. You're like, oh, I'm bulimic. It's okay. Like, none of this is an issue, and then you're okay. Okay, that's the creature's turn. Who's going next? I think it would be
You.
you at 8.
You at 8. Wait, the one at C1 is dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. I scared I shoot. Later I hit Min. But I will have to try. I will try and shoot the goblin watery creature.
Okay, go for it.
I crit!
Okay, great. Roll.
It did.
How are we doing crits in this game?
Same as we are doing the other game.
Okay, so
Which I know
8 plus 3 is
11.
11
I did,
and
I
then
did.
another one more.
Is that?
Floats.
Is dead!
So it dissolves. You're out of initiative order.
Yay!
What else would you like to do here?
Run, run.
Wait,
Smash the rest of the statues.
Okay, you can smash those of the statues. So poor Mr. and Madam. Let me find their names to give to honor
Like
them before they
Ma
disappear.
and Chang and
Yes. Hang on, I must honor them before they die.
!aiyo! So poor thing.
Poor Mr. Guan Zhong, Ma, Wang, Liu, Chu, Xiao, and Cheng. They are all destroyed. What else would you like to do here?
It's
let's
just
check
a
the
drawers, right?
chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, who wants to open a chair?
Wait, we have a rogue right in this party.
yeah.
Okay.
Go on then, Lisa.
Roll.
Can I give her help?
Yes, you can. She's your student. Do you give what helping words do you offer to her?
Don't fuck it up.
Okay.
Do it properly, huh?
And with that inspiration, you go like, yes, I will search
Okay.
this chest properly. Okay, yeah, roll your investigation.
With advantage, right?
Yeah, with advantage.
Advantageously.
First one is an 8.
Total?
No, just roll. Second one is a 9.
Okay.
Yeah, plus 6.
Okay, so
15.
15. Okay. Inside is a preserved. I think because the chest was pretty solid, and it's not locked, but it's solid. And this on this island, it seems to be untouched by the water. You find incense, joss paper, perforated jade discs, and red lacquered boxes. They seem to be offerings to the dead.
Huh.
Do you take them? As in, they're not.
Should we
They haven't
light
been
them?
deployed. They are like standing by.
Fresh. Okay.
Yeah.
Fresh
Should we
supplies.
deploy them?
Maybe.
There's no more
What,
altar.
what do
There's no
what do you
more.
think it would do? Would it keep the water away, or is it something else? Is it like it's going to purify
You can roll wisdom if you want, Ramji.
Religion, I guess.
insight or religion or
Religion. Or Arcana, up to you.
both are terrible? That would be a 6.
They are very cute. There's paper.
Obviously, these are things of ceremonial use only by the actors. You see, they would use.
Tell you
these
what, somebody
for-
else can make the roll as well. So 2 people on the party can make the roll. So it's
So-
either Arcana or Religion.
Probably
Not
hard.
me.
I have plus 6 Arcana.
Probably
Okay.
Oh, yeah, then
so
you
from
do
his
it.
time among the superstitious dwarves, I'm going to try and infer.
It's a 10.
You know they are used for religious purposes, like very specific religious purposes. But that's all you know. You don't. Okay lah, no lah. Actually, on a 10, I think it's okay. You would use them to pacify a spirit that's not at rest. There's
Oh.
enough here to pacify maybe, like I think, 2 maximum.
Okay. So
Crying is
this
still going on.
so these things can be used to calm down some of the spirits, but this amount is only sufficient to calm down 2 spirits
Well, is
or
one of
whatever
those-
we are facing.
Is one of those spirits the one that's crying right now?
Yeah, likely. I'm guessing so.
So is there anything you can do?
You know that from your whenever you've seen the dwarves perform these rituals, it is usually over a body.
We need to find the body first.
The body
And-
might be in the water.
Well, good luck to us then. We have to be good at swimming.
In any case, why don't you bring that along and let's go look at that last building?
Yay! I have all the loots.
Okay.
Literally, Han has all the loot.
Okay, sure.
Before we,
What was the red potion?
yeah.
If you want, you can make an Arcana check.
I
One
do
you
it.
have.
I'm the Arcana guy.
How
12.
badly is everyone hurt?
12.
Do you believe it has something to do with healing?
Hey.
It's
seems
scattered
big.
across the floor.
Seems to be good for you if you are in bad situation.
Ah.
And also, I broke one of those earlier. So hey, you might just want to drink it from the floor.
You broke one earlier from
The gourd at the altar. Yeah.
Smashing up the altar. You have another gourd. I mean, you don't know what.
I do have another one with me, but hey, if we want to test this efficacy, you might want to try the one on the floor first.
And how do you propose we drink that off the floor?
It's
Well,
seeping into the floorboards.
well, you can lick it, or I can try to scoop some with my water skin.
Let's just move on.
Sure, but if you are hurt a lot, just tell me. I will toss you the one that I have in my possession.
Thanks.
Okay. So where are you guys going?
The last building, I guess.
Okay. So you head across to this other bird, and
The other bird.
as you step on this tree over here, you see a humanoid figure somewhere over here.
Oh,
Oh,
Over where, sorry?
on
Over
top
here.
of the WWF ring E.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
From this distance,
A
it
humanoid figure.
seems to be a humanoid female figure. It seems to be constantly tiptoeing to look at something. Anybody who wants can make a perception check.
I will.
And the one I'd want to see.
Oh, I rolled a 20, so it's 27.
oh wow!
Net 20, yeah.
Yeah. As good as it gets.
It's not tiptoeing. The reason why its height keeps changing is it's floating.
Oh, fuck!
There's no shadow. And what you can see is that it
Oh god.
is also shaking because its shoulders are moving up and down because it's crying.
Oh
Weeping ghost, weeping ghost.
Shalom!
I tell Hans, quick, pacify it, that is a ghost!
no! Oh god.
I will.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what you also notice is that there seems to be something lying next to it, but you can't
Oh
make it out from this
God.
distance.
This is
You're
so
about 25 feet away.
creepy.
I think we have to get.
So you gotta do
We're
it
about
over the
25 feet
body.
away.
Yeah, it's just a really big tree.
I will teach you how to do it, but I don't want to get near the ghost.
Maybe if we
So
approach
I-
it
You don't-
joyfully, I don't
You don't have the knowledge on that roll. You don't have the knowledge of how to do it. You just remember, Han.
oh
You
shit.
remember that it was used over dead
Oh,
bodies
okay.
to send spirits to their rest.
Yeah, I only know they use
Okay,
this to
everybody knows.
pacify spirits.
It's fine, Han. Everybody heard. Okay. So what do you guys do?
Pretty.
Can we see anything else? Is on that roof? It's just the.
So what
the-
you
the
see
weeping-
from this roof, right? It seems to be a temple. Oh, excuse me. You can't make out very much detail from here, but what it looks like a WWE ring. Now it's because it's essentially a sky window. So the roof opens up into a hollow. You can't see what's into the hollow here.
Oh.
But it looks like a temple. Like a lot of temples are built this way with the roof that's open with a sky window.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Um,
and what you see is that the person is floating here next to something that's lying
um,
next to her.
maybe we can try to communicate with it.
You probably have to get closer.
Okay.
So far, the watery creatures that have attacked us keep speaking of a he. That is not a he.
What is the vigil? What is the vigil? What is a vigil? A vigil is when you observe something where you are forced to, well, not forced, you choose to keep watch. She is crying over a body, but she is not a he. What are we missing? What is the...
I'm not sure, but perhaps if we approach with the offerings in hand and make it to seem as if we are about to pray over the body.
Perhaps.
Okay.
You seem like a man who is more persuasive than I am.
Well, I have my moments, but I'm not sure whether my charms will work on a ghost, but we'll give it a go, huh?
Han, why don't you hand Amma all the things?
I will use
Ta-da!
this stuff.
Good question. I don't know the answer myself.
These papers, I know you light them on fire. And the incense too, you light them, but not all at once, just a tip.
Just the tip, huh?
Mhm.
Okay. So, I'll walk up towards this like person. Hopefully, the people are behind me. If they're not, I'm 100%.
What does
I'm 100% not looking because I want to be confident, and I'm just like doing the whole. I'm confident. I know they're behind me. It's fine. It's okay. It's not a problem. But at the same point, I'm like, literally, if my eyes could bore a hole in my head to look behind me, they would. So I'm like, okay, and so I walk up to the ghost.
What does
or at
that?
least
What
closer
is
to-
everybody following?
Yeah.
I am keeping a distance with
Me too.
my bow
Same.
and arrow.
Keeping distance.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll follow Amar
Okay.
closely.
I'm behind you.
Amar and Heng Da approach. Okay. As you come within 15 feet of the crying creature, this is what you see. Let me describe her to you. Describe her
No,
to
please
you.
don't like flash a picture of a ghost on the screen.
no, don't
I
actually
will
do it.
die. I'm not
Okay,
even kidding.
You
I
get
would
closer
just
to the temple. So
die.
what you see is a single-story building that enshrines the ancestral gods of the families that inhabited Songxi. It is multi-inclined with sweeping roofs adorned with blue roof tiles
Okay.
to symbolize the sky. They still seem to be pretty well preserved, while the wooden support columns, a lot of them which have been submerged, are painted black to encourage heavenly visits. You cannot see beyond that into the sky roof. However, a woman of regal beauty floats inches above the roof of the temple. Clad in well-kept robes, she glides back and forth, crying. Her sobs echo through the entire village, and you recognize this voice as the one you've heard since you passed through the gates. She appears human, she casts no shadow, and nearby her rests a shriveled corpse wearing identical yet weather-worn clothing. It's become tangled in the vines that grow around the structures above the waterline. And as you approach 15 feet of her, I need Amar and Heng Da to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom, huh?
That
GG.
is 18.
14.
Amar, you get the sense of extreme sorrow, but you feel nothing. Heng Da, could you roll a d6 for me, please? I mean, you get a sense of extreme sorrow, but you see nothing. Whereas Heng Da,
4 again. Same as just now.
okay. So this is what?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
I've got advantage. Sorry. 70 XP reminds me that I've got advantage. Thanks. No, it's a 13. Sorry.
Okay. For a
Thanks,
moment,
man.
you cannot
Appreciate it.
move. You feel your body collapsing onto the tree that you are crossing, and you start to weep uncontrollably. This is of the vision that flashes across you. You see a pair of Imperial Rangers inspecting the river gate. As inspecting the river gate, which is the one that you came through, they seem to be speaking about. The river is diverted, and this is what happens. I guess somebody should have looked into this a bit more. The other one stops the first ranger, saying, "Silence. We do not know where the survivors are." The other one says, "Well, we're going to silence them anyway, I suppose." And as they leave, a water ghost, very similar to the things that you've seen before, rises from the stagnant waters and drags one of the rangers into the depths. The vision ends. You have an overwhelming sense of fear as well as sadness. Amar, roll perception.
15.
Okay. Can you roll a d6?
Yes. Out of 5.
Okay. Under the sounds of this creature's sobbing, you hear her muttering something as well. She's saying, "Just breathe. Please. Why won't you just breathe?" And that's what you hear. So, what do you guys do?
Through gasping breaths, I whisper to Amar, "The Imperial Rangers, they were here. They mentioned something about the river gate and diverting it. It makes no sense. But one of the ghosts, there were 2 rangers. One of the ghosts, the water ghost, killed one of the rangers.
One of the rangers, both of the rangers look familiar to you. You've seen them in the shape of the water spirits before.
They were the rangers that we fought earlier. The water ghosts. They were here. They were claimed by
So-
the water ghosts. They said
By the
something
claim-
about the gate being diverted, and that they're just here to mop up any victims.
The river is being diverted.
The river has been diverted, and they're just here to mop up.
Hmm.
What are you
Look
going to do
over
with the woman?
I look over to the ghost, sort of back at hung there for a second, then look again and say, here, let me try to help. I move forward with the incense and other things like that,
Okay.
as if to like tend to the body.
All right. She slowly turns her head towards you. She's crying. She's not stopping. She said, "Don't worry about me. What about him? He's trapped here. He's trapped here. You have to save him."
Where is he?
How close are you?
10 feet.
She looks down into the skywell.
Can I see anything down there?
You are you
Am I not
essentially
close enough?
you can move towards her.
Yeah, I'll move close enough to be able to see down into the skywell.
Inside, you see the semi-submerged. It's like about 2 or 3 feet of water. I mean, some of the water must have subsided. The semi-submerged floor of the temple, and in at the most of it seems to be submerged, but inside there is a large iron incense burner, and trapped beneath it is a bloated body, wearing similar robes to, to this female creature that you see. It is clutching on to something. It's clutching onto something long that's wrapped in silk, and in identical robes, there is a rather handsome, slender man who's just pacing up and down the inside the stairwell, inside the skywell, and he's saying, "I'm gonna get all of you. I'm going to get all of you. How dare you? How dare you do this? I'll guard it with my life."
Okay.
Amar, are you alright?
Yeah. Can I mage hand? I'm going to sort of mention what's happening, what I can see. I'm going to come back briefly and mention and say to the ghost, "We'll help. We're here to help." And then quickly go back and explain what's happening. And I'm going to suggest that I will try to use the incense burner with putting the stuff that we found in the box into the
The
incense,
incense burner is also waterlogged. I think yeah.
Fair enough. So it's all underwater, is it? The
It's
whole
not
thing?
underwater, but there's water in the incense burner. As in, like, so it's like there's 2 or 3 feet of water, but the
Uh-huh.
incense burner, because it's hollow,
Yeah.
I think it's damp. It contains water, so it would be hard
Got
for
it,
you
got
to
it.
use it.
Heng Tao says to you, maybe we could free the corpse. She said that he was trapped.
There's a he? Maybe he is the one whose vigil we are disturbing?
Indeed. And there is this. He is walking around downstairs talking in outrage about how someone could do something to somebody else. There's also something in his hand.
Ama, as you see the incense burner, can you roll a? Oh, as you describe this, actually, anybody who's got good religion.
+4, I think.
Okay, Min. I think you come from a pretty traditional family that observes traditions very,
Traditionally.
traditionally, yes. So Min, you can roll a religion check. It's a very, it's easy to succeed.
Oh dear God, I rolled a 2.
I rolled an 18 for religion.
Okay, so Amar, upon seeing the incense burner, you start to put things together from stories that you've read. You need to burn the bodies while conducting this ritual if you want to put the spirits at rest.
So I'll mention this, and then say, well, maybe we can. How heavy is the incense burner?
It looks massive. Okay, let me put up a map. It's big. It's iron. It's obviously pinned this guy down, so he wasn't able to escape. Yeah.
Heng Tao says, well, I could try to lift it, and the rest of you could try to retrieve the corpses. The corpse, the one corpse.
So if we've got a rope, how far down is this skywall?
About 15 feet.
So if we've got a rope, I could use a mage hand to thread the rope through the incense burner, and you could pull it up here.
Yeah, you can try. So, so who is going to help?
Heng Tao's gonna try Amar's plan using the rope to lift the incense burner, right?
So you were crying before, right?
Yeah.
Roll another wisdom check. No, and everybody, are other people approaching?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
who else is approaching?
I guess I do.
Okay, Sue, Han, you approach, right? So you.
I'll warn all of them
If
about the
both
effect.
Sue and Han are going, then I will follow too.
Okay, as you come within 15 feet, everybody roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
13! I failed
Do I need to roll
Nah.
again, Joe, or not?
No, you don't need to.
9.
9, okay.
Natural one.
Natural
Haha.
1, Min.
I 12 plus 12.
Okay, so all three of you
Oh no.
roll.
And Heng Ta rolled a 13.
That's okay. All. So sorry, natural 1. And Sue, how much was it again?
9.
Okay.
Is this a spell or a magical effect though? Because if it is, I do have advantage.
Yeah, I would say it is.
Okay.
It's not a spell; it's a magical effect.
Do-do-do. 9. Never mind.
Okay. All three of you, please roll a d6.
Oh,
2.
5.
5.
Okay. So the people. Okay. No, I'm just gonna give you something else lah. Okay. So the two of you who rolled 5, you seem to be in a different body for a moment. You are holding a child while you're in a house. You're sitting in a rocking chair, and you are holding a child very close to you. You are looking outside the window. What seemed to be a quiet stream seems to be suddenly turning into a raging flood. It is coming towards you, and it floods. And a wave of debris surges towards you, hits you in the head, and that's all you see. After that, for the person who rolled
2, I think.
2, you hold up your hands in front of you. They are temple robes. You are clad in temple robes. This is what you can see. You can see the body of a handsome man. He is also clad in similar temple robes. He is strapped below an incense burner. He's clutching a long object wrapped in silk. He's saying, "Go without me. Go without me. This is my duty." And you're responding, "This is my duty too. And how can I leave you when we have been wedded in holy matrimony?"
Oh.
And the vision ends. All three of you stop 15 feet away from the female figure, and you are crying uncontrollably, except for Han and Sue. You both roll 9.
Eh. Eh.
A wave of anger. You both rolled 9, right? Total of 9?
Wisdom, yes.
Yes. A wave of anger takes over you. You make an attack against the female figure.
No! No! I don't want to.
I tried to stop them.
Okay, everybody roll initiative, and then we'll see whether you can.
Okay.
I got 15. Wait, let's put that in the chat.
14. No, don't.
Sorry, Ramji, you might need to widen the map a little bit.
I'm going to
No
run
problem,
to the room
1
real
second.
quick because I've got the world's smallest bladder.
Okay. So just enter all your initiatives in the chat. Sue is 15. Ramji 17. Okay.
Ramji's 10.
No,
Ramji's 10,
10,
sorry.
10.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sue would be going to. I'm going to roll for the female spirit. Okay.
Sue is
Sue is
15,
first.
Hans is 13.
Xiu first, then Han, then sorry, Xiu, Heng Ta, then Han, then Min, then Hamar.
Yep. Okay. In the meantime, some of you can roll perception if you like.
Okay.
2 of you can roll perception. Who is not Amar because he already rolled.
Okay.
I suck at it, so
I rolled a 3, so 7.
Okay. Min.
Lisa, what's your dexterity?
Lisa, what's your dexterity?
she's on mute. She's on mute.
Sorry, +1. Dexterity is +1.
Right.
Okay. Nobody passed the perception anyway, so it's fine. Okay. So Siu,
Sorry. Yes.
you are going first. Make an attack.
Okay. Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
You have to attack.
A crit. No.
Good job. Good job.
Sorry. Oh no, I roll high. So
Auntie, sorry.
So how are you attacking her?
Oh no.
with my longbow.
Your longbow. Okay, hang on.
I'm doing 18 points.
Hang on,
Oh
hang on.
no,
I'm
shit.
sorry.
Wait. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. What this? Okay, this is just force damage. Okay, she. Whoa! You did 18 points of damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ghost is dead. The ghost is dead.
She screams in pain
Oh no.
and she vanishes for a moment. And she said, "Why would you want to destroy us? Not you too!" She vanishes for a moment. The creature downstairs,
Shit.
which is the figure, looks up and flies up to the roof.
Uh-oh.
We didn't want to do this.
No, it looks up first. It doesn't do anything beyond that at the moment. Okay. Who?
Do I come to my senses after I fire the shot?
Yeah, you do.
I'm sorry.
She's
It
gone.
wasn't me.
And I'm still angry, right? So next is
You're not angry anymore.
I'm not?
You're
Okay.
not. She's not. You suddenly realize that you suddenly realize that what the hell? What was I so angry about? Okay.
And next is Heng Ta, unless if your creature. Heng Ta is 14 initiative.
And Heng Ta says to the rest, well, shall we stick to the plan? I'm glancing around nervously.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should I just jump in and try to do this?
Yes.
I mean, it can't go any more wrong, can it?
I suppose you're right. Heng Ta leaps into, trots over to the edge, jumps in, woo, and
Okay.
then tries to lift the giant head metal urn to free the body.
Strength. Roll strength.
Okay, here we go. 15.
Nope. Doesn't budge.
Are you serious? Oh
Doesn't budge.
shit!
Yeah. So yeah, you're there. Trying to. I'll show you where you are.
Okay.
So Hang Da, you're green.
I make eye contact with male spirit and say, I'm trying to free you.
Where do you go?
Tell
Tell me the square name.
F5. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And I make eye contact with the male spirit and say, I'm trying to free you, I'm trying to free you.
What's your speed?
40.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Trot. Doosh.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done. That's me.
Right, who's next? Hang Da.
Min, Lisa.
No, I thought it was Han.
Me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What? I thought it was Hung Da then Min.
I have +2.
Yeah.
We have the same
Oh,
roll.
you're on 14, are you? Okay.
I'm on 13.
And we both wrote 13. But
Yeah.
Oh, I misread that. Sorry.
Right, okay. What do
Mm,
you do?
I don't know what I can do, to be honest. I will move. I'm guessing to E7. That's the furthest I can go for my movement, I'm guessing. And try to lift the thingy as well.
Okay. So you are next to the body which is clutching something. Do you still want to lift the thingy?
I wanna see. Can I investigate the body or
It's
something?
either you investigate or you lift.
I will investigate the body then.
Okay,
Do I
you
make
can't
a roll?
really. You make a roll. You can't investigate very much in like 6 seconds, but you make a roll anyway.
Okay. It's shit. It's 9.
He's clutching something wrapped in silk.
Yeah.
It looks like part of the silk has been disrupted. Like somebody's lifted it recently to touch what's within.
Okay. Can I shout it to people?
You can,
Or-
yeah.
Hey, this corpse is holding something in silk, and seems that somebody would try to rope whatever is inside the silk. That's my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Me.
Okay.
Not really sure what to do either. Um. I guess I make my way to the sky roof.
As in, you jump down the sky well into the semi-submerged temple.
I mean, there's nothing else to do, right? Because
Just tell me. Just tell me what you prefer to do.
yeah, I guess I jump in as well. Can I take the silk covered thing out of the corpses?
You can try.
Okay, I try.
Where do you go? Tell me the square name.
The one right below Hans. Han.
Okay.
Han or Hans.
Han.
Okay. So you can try. You can make a strength saving throw.
16.
It's slightly loosened, but this creature seems to have a vice-like grip. But you have loosened it a little bit. The corpse seems to have a vice-like grip on the silk-covered thing. The spirit, who is currently pacing over here, looks directly at you, Min,
No.
and it screams, "Don't touch the sword!"
No. The sword?
This is the male spirit screaming.
Yeah, the female spirit has temporarily disappeared. You don't know where it's gone. Okay, so
Does the sorry, I know it's not my turn, but does the male spirit look like the body?
yes, they are dressed identically.
Oh,
Yeah,
The body that's trapped under
whatever
the-
hair that's left, they seem to be the same species,
okay.
which is half elf.
Mm.
They seem to be I mean, from like the body's bloated. It's but from the ears, whatever remains of the ears, they look like they're the same. They look like they're the same person. Who's going next?
Okay,
It's me.
Samar.
So the spirit isn't attacking, right?
It's not the spirit's turn yet.
Does it look like he's going to attack?
It looks angry at Min.
I mean, we're all angry at Min.
Why? What did she do?
Oh, she's left. She's so angry.
You should try teaching her. I'm gonna look at the spirit and say, we are here to provide peace and honor for you.
You can roll a perception check. Amar.
Perception,
Yeah.
or persuasion.
How close are you to the perception? How close are you to the spirit?
Don't know, because I was up on the top. I was about 10 feet away from that spirit. So wherever he's gone.
So what's your speed? I'll move you as close as you can. be?
My speed's 30, so yeah.
Okay, so you would have been on the roof here.
22.
Your speed's
No, my perception roll, 22.
Oh, okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna make this square a little smaller. Okay, so I'm gonna say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this is probably as close as you can get. 30, right? Okay. So from your perception, from what you see, his eyes are clouded with rage. They are bloodshot. His face is twisted into this grimace. And he does not seem to be registering what you are saying. But yeah, you can roll a persuasion if you want.
Okay, I'll give it a go. That is a 22.
You can't tell
Darling.
whether he's had an effect on him. He looks exactly the same. And with that, he is he's moving straight towards Min. He can fly, so he's not going through any of you. He's moving straight towards Min, who's not around.
I'm here.
And Min died.
Sorry, I went to the toilet.
You're not dying yet, Min. But the
Okay,
spirit's flying right at you.
What did I miss?
No.
You are being attacked, that's it.
No, in fact, yeah, he goes straight towards you, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, he flies. No, he moves 1, 2, 3. He doesn't fly. He goes 1, 2, 3, and he passes straight through Amar,
Oh.
and he's going to end up in this square.
How does that feel?
It feels cold and feels angry. You get a feeling of momentary extreme rage and extreme injustice and a sense of divine vengeance. And he's come here and
So pretty sexy is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah, just like that. And he is going to okay, he's going to make an attack against Min. Min, what's your AC?
12.
Okay. Okay, here we go. He does hit.
No.
He rolled really badly though. You feel for a moment a sense of extreme weakness, Min, throughout your tiefling body. You don't know what's going on. You struggle to breathe, and suddenly it's like you don't have control over your limbs. You take 4 necrotic damage.
Ow.
Are you alive?
I am 0 now.
No.
He slumps to the floor.
No, again.
No.
It's such a hard day.
No.
You are also underwater now.
Oh,
Okay, tell you what, do a dex save to see whether you might have slumped against the incense burner so that you won't be underwater.
She's a rogue. She's got good deck saves.
No, she hasn't. She's a rogue with dex of 13.
Oh, okay. 18.
Okay,
That was my earlier question. Ed was like, what?
you slump against the incense, like just before you go down, you have the presence of mind to go like, no, I can't drown now. You slump against the incense burner, and so now you are leaning against it so you don't go under the water. Because there's 2 feet of water, essentially, so if you go down, you're underwater.
Amos just shakes his head.
Worst job ever. Okay, so that's what happens on his turn, and he turns around and he shouts at you, "How dare you! How dare you try to steal the relic! All of you will die!"
The relic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's his turn. Who's going next?
If it comes to the top, there's you.
Are we at the top again?
It's at the top again.
Okay. Okay. Seeing poor Min get attacked by this creature, I'm like, Okay. I don't know if we have to placate him or whatever, but I'm just going to shoot. 16 plus 5, so that's 21 AC.
Yep.
I'm doing 7 points of damage.
Okay. It turns towards you.
I try to back away. Where am I?
You pink color, right?
Yeah, up in
Oh yeah. Oh, so you're still on the roof.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
shooting from the roof.
I would try to come down so I can see it, but stay away.
Tell me which square you want to be in.
Where's the roof area?
It's
I will be
essentially
coming
green. It's this area
Oh,
here.
okay. The gray big blob is him, right?
No, the brown blob is him. He's next to
No,
me.
the brown blob is him. Maybe A5? Is that possible?
Okay.
Oh wait, okay, that's a bit hard. A7, A7, if it's possible, so I can see.
Okay.
Suddenly I see.
Okay. Cool. So, okay. So it's a roll of 21, right? Yeah.
Yes, AC.
Okay. Yes. So he takes 7 damage. Okay.
Mm. I am
Okay.
done.
Whose turn is it?
It's Hengda.
Okay. Roll. Go ahead. What do you want to do?
Hengda looks at the rest. Should I be attacking him or trying to free the corpse? I really am not sure right now. It looks really angry and mean.
I think attack it.
Okay. He draws his blade and steps into F6, I think. That's to the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want? It's okay. Then what do you do?
And I attack it with my blade.
F6.
I'm sure this will turn out well because
Okay.
this will be the first time I hit tonight. It'll be fine.
Oh no.
It's a natural 20.
Yay!
Go for it.
Well done.
That's
Woo!
amazing.
So off the rule, so it would be max out the dice and add the static, then roll the dice again, right? So that would be 16 plus 4, 20, 25 damage.
Whoa. Okay.
He did.
It's like step past it. Okay, if you say so, and I bring it down right through vertically, top to bottom, through the spirit.
The spirit screams, and then it seems to disappear.
Yes.
It disappeared.
Okay,
You're not on initiative.
okay.
What do you want to do?
So next is Han.
Can we? Like, I'm not sure who can actually lift this thing to free the corpse.
Min is unconscious.
Yeah, I feel like I should splash the red potion into Min first, or like force her to drink it.
Yeah, do it for your mom.
Do it for your mom.
That's funny.
Mother, drink this.
That was Han's turn, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how much the red potion
Okay,
is going to heal.
It is a common healing potion.
Okay.
So it's 1d4 plus 2. You can roll that, Hans.
Who rolls? You, right, Hans?
Yes, rolling. It's wow, such a good roll. 6.
Yay!
Okay. No, that's it. I mean, her max hit points are like 9. So she's at 6. So she.
Yay!
So, from a sense of weakness, you still feel kind of woozy. You wake up slumped against the incense burner next to this bloated body.
Min, it's your turn.
Mean. Oh, mean.
Thank you, Han.
Finally.
Today, dog. I I don't really want to try taking the thing again.
Move away.
Okay, I go back up to the roof.
You go back up to the roof. You see.
Oh no.
Water creatures.
You see what appears to be the same female figure
Oh,
slowly
God.
appearing out of the ether She just sort of looks at you sorrowfully. Okay, and now, this is what happens. Those of you who are around the incense burner,
Wait, our master assistant?
no, it's now the creature's turn.
Oh shit!
Those of you around the incense burner, you hear like the sound of the incense burner vibrating very heavily against the submerged floor.
Oh,
Oh.
At this point, it gets
He own self push off the incense burner, is it?
command. I mean, not command.
Hangta.
Hangta.
Make a dexterity saving throw
This
as
is gonna go
a
well.
giant iron incense burner flies in your direction.
Oh shit!
It's called karma for hitting me with wardrobe.
I'm sorry. Inanimate object dodging type. Oh, I rolled a natural one.
hey, that's your third tonight, no?
Oh my
Wow, I'm
god!
taking over the key.
Okay, so this is what's gonna happen.
I am gonna microwave these
I'm
guys.
gonna roll for damage. For some reason you are so clumsy that you slip and fall face first in the water. But it gets you low enough so that the brazier just sort of scrapes the top of your head.
Oh.
So you've lost a lot of your hair
Oh.
and top of your scalp, and you're
Ouch.
bleeding,
Oh,
but you're okay.
okay.
Scraping
How much
damage?
You
did I
take 1 damage,
Nice, thank God. Ah!
and what you see is the bloated corpse stand up.
Oh god.
Oh God.
This is a
And now it's
nightmare.
gonna take its turn.
I guess
That was
we've
a free
defaulted to
action.
the combat option.
And that was because that was a free action for him. It is now.
We don't let you burn
It
the
is now
thing.
going to. It is now going to slam into the creature closest to him, which is, I suppose,
Me, I guess.
yes, you, Han.
Yes.
So it's gonna roll an attack.
What's your AC, hon?
16.
Okay. It hits.
Oh.
Okay. This is how much damage you take. 9. Are you alive?
Oh shit.
Nope, I'm dead.
No!
Oh shit.
You are now underwater because the brazier is no longer there.
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
just gonna draw a new grey thing.
No,
I'll tell
great.
you what. I'll let you make a dexterity saving throw to see whether you can slump against one of your friends. So make a dex saving throw.
Uh-huh. It's shit. 7.
You aim to throw yourself at your mother. Your mother just goes like, "Eh!"
No, wait, but no, I'm on the roof.
Oh, you're on the roof. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on the roof.
Oh, you aim-
So he still aims to throw himself at you. He just can't reach you.
And she still makes the eat sound.
Oh
she still goes, "Eh!" Yeah, unfortunately that doesn't
no.
work.
Terrible mother.
Your mother has no maternal instinct at all, being the youngest wife.
Stepmother.
So terrible.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to.
Wicked stepmother true.
So now the female ghost is here.
To be fair, Han is a giant lizard lah, so
Hey, I only just have a bit of
This is a
tail.
giant chicha.
So
Maybe never tail.
okay, so you're now underwater. Okay, so
No.
that's gonna have consequences later. But okay, so that's it's. Hang on, let me check.
is Han going to be
that's
a
his turn.
watery creature?
That's his turn.
Who?
That's the creature's
it's me?
turn. Yep. Back. Nope. Sorry. Tuan, who is the creature on top. She is going to attack Min.
Oh no!
Um,
But it was me. It was me.
I really just can't
It's the
catch a
closest
break. It's like the worst day ever.
so
Drowned,
that bird again.
cried, fainted a few times.
okay, Min. Okay, this is what she's gonna do.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nope, nothing happens to you. You do feel a
oof.
wave of sorrow and debilitating sorrow wash over you. And then she attacks you. She says, "Why? Why won't you help us? Why would you help us? We just want to leave."
Can I respond?
You can.
What do you need us to do? What help? How can we help you?
So, she'll respond. I mean, it's been 6 seconds, so she'll respond later. Yeah, she'll respond on somebody else's reaction, not during her turn.
Please hold.
She'll respond on somebody else's reaction. So whose turn is next?
Amar, I think.
Me.
Okay, what do you do, Amar?
So I look over at Han, and I just summon my what limited power I have left, and I just say, "Continue to be what you always have been, which is bloody useless." And then the word "useless" I will healing word you again.
The healing word.
Useless is the healing word, and Hans, you will get back. Hang on, let me roll.
I think you are the parent.
He sort of is. He will be doing 8 points of healing. to-
Nice.
Yay! Thank you.
Almost full health.
Okay, so Han.
And then
I'm going to let you use your
will-
reaction to get out of the water, Han, if you want to. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
And I will then cast my hand out, and I'm going to firebolt the body of that dude.
Okay.
That's the thing that
Yes.
moved out, right? So,
Yeah.
well, can I? I'm not in melee combat with it, right?
Let me see. You no, you're not. No,
Right,
yes,
so I will-
yes, you are. Sorry, he's where the purple thing is. You are in melee combat.
He's where the purple thing is.
He's where
I
the
thought
pur-
he was.
Because that was his spirit form. Sorry, which you guys destroyed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's now resurfaced here.
Right, so I'm not in melee. Cool. So
Yeah.
I will then move back and up onto the roof on the other side, away from the other spirit.
You are though, because he's 5 feet away from you. So you'll take an 8.
Where am I? Is my question.
You are no, you're not. Haha, I'm a fool. You're not in melee combat. Haha, I thought you were the blue one. Sorry,
All
Ramji.
gravy.
Yes, go.
It's all good. I think Hans is the blue one.
Yes,
Right?
I'm the blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, I will move back up onto the roof.
Okay.
And then I will firebolt the body.
Where on the roof do you want to be? Just here?
The other side from the ghost, not near. But
Okay.
Not near. So
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So here you are now.
Shama!
maybe down at the bottom of the screen or something. I don't know.
Oh, the ghost is the purple one.
The ghost
Yeah,
is
so
the
he's
purple
planning to go
one.
south.
Okay.
Yeah, go south. So
So-
like K6 or something.
Okay.
Or J6. I can't see
Here you
under
are.
Hans's head.
Okay. Okay. So and you fireball. Okay. Cast. I mean, yeah. Roll your attack.
Yeah, I want to attack. That is a natural 2 on the dice, so I've missed.
Yes, you have missed.
What?
So he watches the fire arc above him. He looks at you, and he snarls,
Oh,
"You will not destroy the relic." Yep. And on the reaction on your turn, the female ghost. What was the question that you asked, Min?
How can we help you?
Put us at. So she'll respond. Put us at rest. Please put us at rest. We've been here far too long, and he will not listen to reason.
How do we put you at rest?
We're trying. We know this. It's the incense. They just. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Help
so
us help you.
The who's turn is it now? So that's Ramji's turn.
Sue.
Sue, what do you do?
she will try and draw aggro from the angry man and attempt to shoot him if possible. Hooyah! Okay, I roll. This is 17 plus 5. So it's
22.
22.
Yeah, you hit.
Okay, I rolled 8 points. Wait, sorry. Before I do that, apologies. I'm going to favored foe the guy.
Favorite foe.
Favored foe.
What's that?
So I do an additional 1d4, which is
Nice.
2 plus 5, 7, 7 plus 3. 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. 10 points of damage. She takes 10 points of damage. Okay. And this is what happens. You are shooting him with an arrow, are you?
I am.
Yes.
The arrow pierces his body, and suddenly you hear a bit of an explosion. these foul liquids burst out of his body. Foul liquids and foul smelling gases burst out of the wound. Everybody within a 10-foot range.
It's me and then Han.
Oh, thank God, it's not me for once.
Okay,
Yeah, hun.
so you have to succeed a DC 12 con save.
Let's try.
Is this a spell or a magical effect?
Nope, he's just full of
Okay.
Gross.
stuff.
Yeah. I got 24.
Sewage.
24?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Con save 19.
Okay. And the last one is him. Okay, he's fine. Okay. Alright, so everybody passes. You get splashed with these disgusting
Han and I
liquids
keep
and
our mouths
viscera.
closed.
What?
Han and I keep our mouths closed.
Yeah, but you are covered with these viscera and you smell and these foul smells. Okay, so
That's my payment.
who is next?
Wage.
Who's next?
It's Sue, then it's me. I pick up the relic and break it. She said he said you shouldn't break the relic, right?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, pick it up. You have to try to wrest it from his hands first. Roll.
Isn't he exploded?
No, he hasn't exploded. He's still alive.
Oh,
Yeah.
forget it. I chopped him.
Okay.
I thought he died. No, my bad. Okay, so I strike him with my greatsword.
Okay, do it.
Raise it up high and I bring it down low.
Raise it up high,
11 to
bring
hit.
it down low.
Nope. Oh no,
Okay.
actually, wait. No, you hit. Yeah.
Oh,
Go
wow.
for it.
Amazing. Take some damage. 6 and... Oh, we roll the one. Grab the master. Take 13. 1-3.
Okay. Okay, cool. Han. Con saving throw. No, and you also.
Hey, sorry, 11. I take 15. 1-5 damage.
Okay. Con saving throws from both of you.
For both of us.
Oh no.
18.
18.
Okay, yeah, you're both fine.
Did we both get...
You both got
Bukake?
splashed some more. You're covered
Okay.
with all kinds of.
I
disgusting
know that
shit.
tone of disappointment. I know that tone.
Okay. That's who's after Heng Da.
Min, I think. Han.
Me, yes. I'm still in melee, right? You know what? I didn't use this at all, but I'm going to use Booming Blade because, hey, in any case, he flies away again. Extra damage. So it's just a roll to hit. I missed. Never mind.
Boom.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Shake the
He
room.
looks at you and he laughs.
So what did you roll? Was it a 1?
Yeah, what did you
Damn
roll?
it. I rolled a 7.
Total,
Oh.
is it?
Total 7.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, you
ouch.
missed. Okay. Do you move? Or do you do anything else?
If I move, I will prot the opportunity attack, so I
Yes.
guess I will just stay.
Okay.
Welcome to the splash zone.
Okay, it's Lisa's turn. What do you do,
Yeah.
Lisa?
The woman is still there, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I can ask. Like, is it correct that we're supposed to burn the incense?
She
But
looks
you
at-
don't have it.
Yeah. She looks at you, and through her eyes of extreme sorrow, you get the feeling that she's also like, "Oh, why are you so stupid?" I'm surrounded by fools. And that's what happens. And then, okay, who's.
And somewhere, a universe away, Barra smiles.
Okay.
Bad.
And then now, this is what's going to happen. He is going to attack you, Hang Da.
Okay.
Okay.
AC 16.
Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it?
I hope so.
Sorry, that was a tilt, so I'm gonna.
It's a natural 20.
It is a natural 20.
Well, see you. Been nice playing with you folks.
Wait. Okay. So he's going. Let's see how much damage he does first.
I have 6 hit points.
Okay. I mean, you did take 1 just now. So
We're using the max damage rule, right? So
GG.
Oh yeah, GG.
all
Yeah,
right.
GG.
I did roll a 1. So
So
max
you
damage plus 1.
plus 1.
oh no, you are 1 hit point up. You're still alive.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah.
I did roll a 1. So yeah. That's what happens. So he shouts out in fury, "How dare you bandits! Leave the relic alone!" You notice though, he's not using the relic. He is bashing into you. He's not using it, he's holding onto the relic.
Right.
And he's going to. No, he stays where he is. At this point though, she is going to fly down and she is going to attack Han.
Why?
She's trying to say, "Leave him! Why would you violate his body so further?" And she flies down.
When she does that, Min can do opportunity attack.
Ken,
I
if you want to, you don't have to.
yes, I want to. She
I'm not
was
going
rude.
to.
I chop her head with my dagger.
Oh.
Okay, roll your attack.
Poor Lisa.
13.
Let me check. Yep, you hit.
Yes! It's snarky some more.
She just gave you a look.
Oh right, yeah, it was a look. Okay, but I heard the look. It was 4 damage.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So she takes 4. She's like, and then she hits down. But she's still gonna try and attack Han. So this is what she's gonna do. She is going to put her hand on you, Han. And this is what you feel. Hang on, let me see if she hits. What's your AC?
16.
You feel nothing. You feel a sense of cold and sorrow.
Oh yeah.
Hugh.
And you're watching her as she's face to face with you, the tears streaming down her face and a look of betrayal.
Oh,
Okay.
feels bad.
Just
Okay.
to check, right? The only reason we haven't burnt the offerings is because there's literally no dry surface in this floor, is it?
You need to have the ritual, you need to burn the bodies.
Right.
So we're just trying to get the bodies.
I mean, there's one body upstairs.
Should we
Okay.
just start
It's
with
back
that?
at Ramji's turn.
I will firebolt. So when I firebolted him before, I missed. So I'm gonna firebolt him again and see if I hit.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, that's burning the body.
It is. That's a 14.
14, yes, you hit.
Yay!
Damage.
10 on the dice.
Yay!
Whoa.
Max damage.
They're burnt. Happy.
His body explodes. Can everybody
Wow.
within range roll a con saving
It's
throw?
me and Han.
It does say that firebolt also sets alight flammable objects.
Right. So his body explodes. Okay. The silk covering whatever it is that he's holding it starts to catch on fire.
Okay.
Roll your cons, guys.
30-20.
Am I
Oh,
far
good.
away
Okay,
enough?
so you're both fine. You get splattered by more viscera. You're covered in viscera by now.
Oh no.
And
Me and Han are like walking crap filled
Dude.
figures now. We're
And-
something.
and for the moment, nothing happens. The female figure looks at you. What would you like to do now?
We did it?
To me,
Looks at all of you.
Are we still in initiative?
we
You
want to put
seem
you
to
to
be out of
rest.
initiative for the moment.
Okay.
We want to put you to rest. We're here to do your last rites, to end your vigil, to allow you to pass on.
He freed his body. Take it up to the roof next to mine. I've been waiting for so long. but he's on fire. The silk is on fire. I don't know what you guys want to do, but to be fair, the moment the silk catches on fire, both him and his body flop into the water. So the flames are doused.
Well, we can bring the female body here.
We should bring it to the roof where it's dry.
Yeah, then we can set them both on fire
Yeah.
with the offerings.
Which is what Heng Da starts to do. Like he picks up.
How
the
heavy
real
is the
one.
incense pot thing now? Can
The
that
incense
also
pot thing
come?
is it's currently
It's push away, right? So
let me do it. It's been overturned and it's here.
Okay.
So we can bring that up as well, I guess.
It's really heavy.
Yeah, it's really like
Is it-
he rolled a 16 just now. He couldn't lift it.
Oh, I thought it was because like the some
yeah,
corpse had hold of it.
it's really
It's
heavy.
a massive,
Yeah.
giant thing.
I reckon what we could do is just lay the bodies next to each other and just ritually burn them with the
Yeah,
Plastic.
candles and paper and whatnot.
like lay the paper on them, I guess maybe.
Does
Mhm.
that seem like the right way of doing? I mean,
Well,
Ramjet.
in
Yeah,
Singapore,
no.
no, because you get fined. But
But they still do it.
Amar, you rolled quite high in your religion check, right? You know how to do this. You
Okay.
go lay the bodies next to each other, set them on fire, set the paper on fire, and then you can lay the other offerings that you found next to it.
Cool. Can I suggest that Han lies down with them? No. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'll do,
Okay, so
and I'll
who's
ask
doing
everyone
what?
to help.
I'm carrying up the body, the gross body.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
making sure not to touch the relic when I'm doing it.
Try to you may have to do an perception check. She's in a few pieces right now.
Okay.
Who or somebody can help him.
yeah. I will help.
Your perception is better, right?
Yep.
I help you.
Oh, okay, can. Perception.
Sue, where are the pieces? of the
17
body?
plus 7.
Yep, you find all
24.
the pieces. He's finding 3 or 4 different
Okay.
pieces. You pick them
Aiyo.
all.
Yay.
It's
Oh,
easier to transport as well.
We jigsaw puzzle the body a bit as best as we can.
Bring him bits.
Jigsaw puzzle.
Yes.
Okay. How are you guys getting up to the roof?
We climb?
Okay, I'm gonna say that you guys can use rope to climb lah. I mean like Min's up
Okay.
there and
Cool.
okay. Okay. Cool. So you're up there with the
Yeah.
body.
Try to
What-
assemble the man as well.
What
as
do
we
you
can.
do with the now charred, silk covered relic that he's holding?
Can we see what the relic is now that
It seems okay,
silk
now
is
that
charred?
some of the silk has been burnt away, it seems to be a scabbard covering a sword.
Oh,
I mean like it's a sheathed sword, essentially.
Can I look at it? Is there anything historical about it that seems to?
You can. Do you take it out of his hand?
Not. And
How about we
have
burn the
started
body
the
first?
rites?
Sorry?
Have we started the rites?
Have you started the rites? I don't know. Up to you.
Yeah, I'd like. Well, I
Let's
think
burn
it's
the body
probably good if we
first,
started the rites. Yeah.
Okay. So can so Amar, as the religious person here, can you describe what you're doing? Or what you were saying? So essentially I think what you do is you lay the body side by side. Dawn floats up, she watches you. And you can see her tears seem to intensify. She says, "This is the first time that we've been side by side in the 5 years since the flood." Then she watches you. You lay the papers next to them. You lay the offerings next to them. You set the paper on fire. Who sets the bodies on fire? Do you guys have things? You guys have things to light fires with, okay?
Yeah.
Mm.
Ama.
And we have Amar's firebolt.
Oh, really?
If necessary. If necessary.
Okay, so what do you guys do? How do you guys set the thing on fire? Describe
Yeah.
how you are setting the thing on fire. Who is doing it?
If you genuinely don't have any other options, I will firebolt.
No, you have prestidigitation. That like
I don't have
light candles.
prestidigitation.
Oh.
I have tinderbox from the
okay.
default equipment, right? So
Han has a tinderbox.
Okay, cool. So Han, despite being smart mouthed all the way, what do you say as you're lighting the things? It's up to you. You can say whatever you want to say.
Oh no.
fire away, fire away.
Oh, God. I just look at him and just say, just allow these people some small dignity as they pass.
Okay, so the papers light on fire, the bodies start to light on fire as well. And as this happens, next to the figure of Tuan, who's a female figure, the figure of the gentleman that you were fighting downstairs appears as well, and he looks different. First of all, he does not look at any of you. He looks immediately at Tuan, who's the female figure, and he looks like his eyes are full of tears as well. And when he turns to face you, his eyes are no longer clouded with anger and blood. They look clear. And he explains to you, I died protecting this blade. It is the heart of our village and the peace of heaven. His hand that is being essentially cremated now seems to loosen. The blade rolls slight distance away from him. Tuan, the female figure, says, we dedicated our lives to this place as did all of the families taken by the water. Tell other people of our fate. Do not seek revenge, but seek justice. We look at each other, and slowly they start to vanish. A sense of peace descends upon the party. What would you like to do now?
So I guess that's what they meant by wielding heaven. But what happened to Zero?
I will mage hand up the blade and look at it closely.
This is what you see. There is an inscription on it. It seems to be carved, whatever the scabbard is, it seems to be carved out of something that's akin to rock or akin to metal. Would you like to roll, who would like to roll a nature check?
Nature?
Yeah.
I am +4, I think.
Min's probably highest.
Okay, so Min steps up to it and inspects it. I'll make a roll.
Uh,
It's not difficult.
What is 2 plus 4 again? 6?
oh, 20. 16 plus 4.
You've seen these before at your village. Sometimes when there are showers of falling stars, your village is known for actually a meteor having landed in the village, and there's a shrine dedicated to it. You're pretty sure that the scabbard is made out of meteoric metal.
Ooh.
Do you? There are carvings of dragons and clouds on the scabbard. Do you unsheath it?
Yes.
You so Min unsheathes it, yeah? While it's being held by the mage hand. Okay, Min unsheathes it. You see on one side of the blade, you're pretty sure that the metal is also the same meteoric metal that you saw earlier. It is light and it's very, very strong and very, very sharp. There are inscriptions on the blade. Who wants to make a history roll?
I'll do it. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Do you have decent history? A 19 on the dice.
Okay. The inscription is in very archaic text. It reads, the sky sword of King Guo, wielder of the heavens. Touch the blade and feel the sky.
Oh.
Do I feel the sky?
Do you touch the blade?
Yeah.
Darkness suddenly enters your vision, and you suddenly can't see what's in front of you. And not just you though, because as this pool of dark mist starts to cloud your vision, you seem to see the rest of the party, who are all gathered around you, staggering as well and rubbing their eyes. All of you, you feel the sensation of being sucked into something, as if your bodies are being twisted and transported somewhere. And then when you get, and then the next thing you know, it's total darkness. Something which even, can anybody see through magical darkness?
Mhm.
Okay. Does any you can only hear a sense of you can only hear the hollow sounds of water bloop, 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 on the floor, and you feel something shift and move towards you. And then you hear the sound of, what the fuck, man? Where have you guys been for so long? What the shit? Heng Da recognizes this as,
Zero, is that you?
I told you to stop calling me that. My name is ooh, okay? Ooh as in nothingness, not zero, okay? My god. Anyway, I see that, okay. A light comes out of his hand, some magical light. You see an Arakokra in front of you, and he says, he greets, whoa! Oh, that's quite a lot of people.
Yeah, this guy, I pointed at Han, said that he wanted to look for the builder of heaven also.
Ah! Oh,
Did you find it?
I did, and I guess so did all of you. Well, let me introduce you first. Let me introduce myself to you first of all. So this guy calls me Zero, but my name is Wu, and my surname is Wu. So I guess you could call me Wu. And that's what. And that's where we're going to end this adventure for this day.
Oh my god.
Wow, Joe, amazing.
Ooh,
Wow.
bird.
The Arakokra, the Wu Arakokra.
4.5 hours to
Oh,
find
sorry,
a
guys.
fucking...
Yeah, but now it's paved the way to the next adventure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well done,
Thank you
Joe.
so much, Joe. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
So
That was
everyone,
like a
that
4-hour
is
build up to that joke.
Joe's first. That is Joe's first DM experience. Congratulations.
Well
You
done, well
have
done.
Thanks, guys.
popped your cherry, if you will. But yeah, it's just, congratulations. That's amazing.
How do you feel, Joe?
No, it's cool. I hope you guys had fun. I hope it wasn't.
Yeah, it was fun. It
It
was
was really
fun.
good. It was really, really good, and it was very suspenseful. And I could
Terrifying.
see. I enjoyed Lisa's look of scare.
Oh my god.
I literally was
it
right
just-
there in my eye, and I was just happily watching her going.
I cannot do supernatural things, and it just reinforced that belief.
Oh,
I had like goosebumps. I was legit like freaked out, and when I went to the toilet,
Yeah.
I asked you all to follow me. Like it was that bad.
Oh no!
It's okay. They're at peace now. It's okay. They're at peace. It's good. It's
Okay.
good. Don't try and find you
You
already
did it.
no more.
Well done, well done.
Well done.
Massive thanks to 7EXP, a bunch of other folks who've cheered and followed and various other things and have been with us this evening watching. We're planning on doing these things pretty regularly. In fact, I think we've got another one coming up sort of at some point when one of the other 4 people on this stream, so not me and not Joe, are going to DM another one shot.
But just to give you guys some context, these characters will live on in the space of whatever it is that they found themselves
Spiritually
in now.
live on.
Yes,
Spiritually.
yeah. So it will be the same characters that you've kind of like encountered today. They might be a little bit different because things change inside the wielder of the heavens. So we'll see what happens.
Amazing. That's wonderful. Thank you again, Joe. That was really good fun.
Thank you, so much, guys.
Really well done.
Are we raiding?
Yes, we're going to go raiding in a second. I guess, do we want to figure out where...
Let's go check the
yeah,
promotion
let's go.
tab.
We're just going to figure out where we're going to next, and then we'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for joining us. We really appreciate you
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you
being
so
on
much.
the long ride with us. It was cool for us. We hope it was cool for you too.
Yeah, my god, I didn't think we'd be able to finish today, but we did. Yay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Oh, that was also the adventure from Unbreakable Volume 1. It's called it's called Drowned Souls of the Hidden Stream.
Wow.
Yeah. In case you want to buy Unbreakable, it's got really cool Asian adventures in there.
Yeah.
All right, ready to go? We're going to go raid. We're going to raiding Dungeon Manager D&D. We're going to go say hi, and if everyone wants to hit the raid button, we'll see you all soon. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. Thank you, Amazing Joe, for doing this. It's super cool. And we're off to see the wizard. See you later.
Whee!
Bye.
Cool. We are off, I think.
Ah, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, that was fun, man. You did a
You did a
great
really
job.
good job.
Oh no,
really,
thank
really
you
good
so
job.
much. No, I mean like it's said like for a party of 5 or more to send as many water ghosts your way as possible. So it said at least 7. So I think I said 8. So yeah.
Can.
It's cool.
I think
It was really well done.
Yeah, really well done.
Hey,
The
thanks.
suspense was
Who's
strong.
going next is the question.
Yeah, who's going next?
You set a high bar to
Yeah.
It is a very hard
I think
one.
Sheena said that you had plans for the thing, right? You can go next if you want. Because now essentially you can do anything. So like this is like a time bending,
Yeah,
space
yeah.
bending sword thing. So now you can do whatever you want.
True that. There's a lot less water in mine. Yeah, I can go next. Cool.
You
Next.
going next, Sheila?
Yay.
Yeah,
Nice.
is cool.
For next week or for a couple weeks time? I mean, what do you think? We don't have to work
Next
out
week
now.
lah.
Yeah, next week is okay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay!
Cool. Then Wednesday will continue next week.
Cool.
I will let people know. But thank you very much, everyone. I think it's 1 a.m. so it's bedtime.
Oh no, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Those are very cool.
Yay.
It's really, really good. Really
Hey, I
enjoyable.
haven't really read the other stuff in Unbreakable, so if anybody wants to borrow from there, let's just go for it. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Are they all like supernaturally?
No.
Okay, just asking.
No, just to let you know, it's just that this was the only one that I thought was best suited for like beginner adventure, five players or more. So yeah.
It's really good. It's really
Are we
good.
playing level 3, are we next?
I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, I
let me
didn't calculate
go
XP leh.
research.
It's like so easy to die. It's very scary.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
the
that
level one
based
is
on
quite
today's
scary.
XP, everybody goes up to level 2. I mean, if you want to progress that way, like that, lah, but it's up to you.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense, but then maybe it's going to depend on what the other person wants to run.
Okay,
right?
sure.
So-
I'll let you guys know lah. See what I can come up with.
Sounds
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Sheena.
Thanks,
Good night,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you again, Joe. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Bye.
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 See you all next week.